Once again, we commit everything, Lord, into your hands. We commend ourselves to you. We commend our lives to you, our families and our loved ones to you. And we commend our work to you, Lord, that it may be something that will honor you and glorify you and be a blessing to everyone who hears. Once again, we thank you and we bless your holy name. And we ask all these in the name of your beloved Son, Jesus, is our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Dealing for your prayer. So now we will formally open the seminar by lighting the lamp. So I request Professor G.D. Sharma, or Principal Dr. R.M. Lincoln, who are accompanied by Dr. B. Suma, who will be at the seminar, kindly ceremonially light the lamp. Thank you. Thank you. So now I request our students to kindly felicitate the guests. Dr. G.D. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, and Professor P.K. Baman, Vice Chancellor, Martin Luther King University. And it's my privilege to welcome Madam also. We know that God has been so lucky, so we are very glad to be here. So please, kindly. Thank you, sir, for accepting, and thank you, dear students, for your felicitation. So now I request our respected principal, Dr. R.M. Lincoln, to kindly deliver the welcome address. And after that, I request co-convener, Dr. E.V. Majau, to kindly give a brief overview about the seminar, to be followed by a special item from the students, MBA education. So now I request the principal, Dr. R.M. Lincoln, for the welcome address.
A very good morning to one and all present. Beautiful morning. We welcome each and every one of you. This 2 days national seminar on MEP 2020 organized by the Education Department, both UG and PG, and IQAC. The critical need everywhere in the world, and India in particular, is for education to prepare students to lead successfully, fulfilling them. In today's world, this means providing them with relevant education or educational experiences that nurture their passion, problem solving, abilities, and higher level of thinking skills, including critical thinking and creativity. I believe with this thought in mind, the Government of India, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the new education policy was framed, which was all known as the new education policy MEP 2020. The new education policy Policy 2020 is the first educational policy of the 21st century that aims to address the crucial development of the country. The policy, no doubt, progress the revisioning and revamping of all the aspects of the educational structure, including its regulation and governance, to create a new system that is aligned with the design code of the 21st century education. The new education policy also aimed at developing the creativity potential of every individual learner. NEP's vision is not only to develop the cognitive capacity of the learners, but the fundamental capacities of literacies and numeracies of higher order, such as critical thinking and problem solving. In addition, social, ethical, emotional capacities are also to be taken into account. Synod College, since the approval of the Union Cabinet of India of the new education policy 2020, it has monitored and kept a close eye. The college is concerned regarding the implementation of the policy and in the right way. Focusing more on the well-being of the learner, the National Synod today aims at finding a way to move forward with a policy and maybe come up with appropriate suggestions and implementing the policy in the state and make the difference, taking the education system of India from quantitative to a more qualitative aspect, putting the overall development into consideration. I hope productive suggestion will emerge to enable us to start afresh and change education system of the country entirely for the well-being of its citizens. On this note, I would like to welcome our esteemed guest, Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice Chancellor of University of Science and Technology in Ghana. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sparing a valuable time to be with us today and also accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Professor T.K. Khabaman, Vice Chancellor of Martin Luther Christian University, Shillong, for accepting our invitation to deliver the inaugural address. And also, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time to be with us this morning. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Professor S.M. Sumo, former Dean and Head Department of Education, Northeastern University, Professor T. Pundan, Dean of School of Education, Rajiv Gandhi University, Itanagar, Dr. Gwenda Visakhabuli, Associate Professor, HRDC Nehu, and Dr. Rajendra Nath Babu, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Nagaland University. I also extend a warm welcome to all the heads of department of Synod College, and also special welcome to all the guests who have joined us virtually, and also to all the students and my dear colleagues in Synod College. Thank you for spending a wonderful time to be here with us in this 2 days national seminar. I once again welcome each and every one of you. Thank you. God bless.
Good morning, everyone. Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, who will be delivering the keynote address for this morning. We have Professor T.K. Khabaman, Vice Chancellor, Martin University, giving us the capital address. Professor Lisumo. We have Professor C. Nongli must be joining us online. Professor Dicey, B. Karabai, Dr. Rajendra Babu, Dr. N. Morgoine, Professor Amit Chaudhary, and Professor Lunting, Dr. Q. Gavudi, Professor M. Kare, Dr. Benjamin Ligno, Professor H. Sridhar, Dr. W. Willingham, Miss P. Ram, PhD, Brother Solomon Modis, Professor K.C. Kapoor, and all our external advisors, our internal advisors, principals, vice principal, IQC coordinator, head of the different departments, those joining online for teachers from NABU, those academicians from different states, principals, teachers from schools and colleges, and our very good students at the college. Media, personal print and electronic. On the behalf of the organizing committee, we welcome you and we thank you for accepting our invitation. Where do we start? That's the question. And I recall early this year that the Department of Education, Synod College, was assigned to organize a faculty development program. And it was in the year 2022, and it was asked by a principal, coordinator, and a principal, and a vice principal. And this is where the whole idea of the seminar started. It came about on, the idea came about on 4th of May, when Professor G.D. Sharma and Professor Sumo came in to bring us a resource person in this faculty development program. And in this course of discussion and deliberation, the program ended with an action plan whereby each department was asked to prepare a concept or prepare or conceptualize a program or course to offer in the institution. And this program also further encouraged us that in the department, we were asked to, by the IQC coordinator, to start an NEP task force. And of course, the task force came into action, and there were some observation leads made by the task force, and the report was submitted. The program, the NEP program, also encouraged us that both the undergraduate and the postgraduate section came together, sat together, met, and looked into ways how we can have a futuristic plan on how we can take up the challenge to implement NEP in our institution, in our state as well as in our region. Although there are some hostilities and some challenges which we face. Therefore, we have no way to go back. We cannot turn back at this stage. We just have to look forward as the policy and the theme of the seminar suggests, the way forward. Yes, NDP is a welcoming change and a policy well awaited. Some of the key concerns that we consider while implementing, there are, for instance, the infrastructure of schools and colleges, the entry and exit system in colleges, training in human resources, effective governance, and budgeting. Apart from these challenges, National Education Policy 2020 is a policy forward. The main objective of this seminar is, of course, to make all stakeholders aware, to acquaint the teachers of the fundamental principles of the National Education Policy, but the most important one is to make stakeholders be able to give their suggestion in the implementation of this policy. There is a long summary which I haven't mentioned here, but I'll keep it short. I think the technical sessions and the sessions of the program are mentioned and you must have received, so I will not go through all the program. Sirs and ma'ams, I thank you for being here. We look forward to hear and discuss from all of you. And to the audience and participants, have a pleasant experience. I conclude with a quote from the NEP 2020. Education is a great leveler. and is the best tool for achieving economic, social mobility, inclusion, and equality. Thank you, respected principal, for your kind words of welcome and for sharing a bit of insight about the MVP 2020. And thank you, Dr. Edie Rajab, who's the co-convener of this national seminar, for again giving a brief overview on seminar. So now I request the students to kindly present special items. These are the students of the MA in basic science.
A very good morning to our respected teachers and to all my dear friends. I would like to say thanks to my teachers from our Department of Education to give such a great opportunity on this day to present song. My name is P. Hasina Delphi Khadrang. I'm my friend Chesibo Sarma. So we are here to present one Khasi song, and the name of the song is Kerdan Jintan Jinstan, composed by E. W. Khasan.
Can hear the audio. Yang kuat itu ada online.
Dear students, for such a wonderful rendition of the song, Hasina and Istanbul, as students of the MA education. So now we have come to another part of the program, that is the inaugural address. And it is a privilege for us to have an eminent personality of the stature of Professor T.K. Barman to be here with us. I think it is a privilege for us to have you in this national seminar. And just a brief introduction. Of course, Professor T.K. Barman, I think it's not so much introductions, but just a little bit about it. He is a teacher for a very, very long time. And I think he retired as director of the English and Foreign Languages University, Synod campus. And at present, she is the Vice Chancellor of the Martin Luther Christian University. So it's a privilege, ma'am. So I welcome you. So please kindly deliver me about this.
Very good morning to each one present here and respected principal, Dr. R.M. Windor, the keynote speaker for today's program, Professor J.D. Sharma, Vice Chancellor of the University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, and esteemed colleagues from different universities, and my colleagues from Delhi, and faculty members from the Synod College and the student participants. At the very outset, I would like to apologize. I was late, and as a teacher, we should not, because punctuality is an important value for a teacher. And I think I took it for granted that the traffic down Police Bazaar was too crowded, but it was wrong, and so I do apologize. So at the very outset, I would take this opportunity to thank Dr. Imajal, the coordinator of this program, for inviting me to be part of the inaugural session and the technical session. It's indeed a privilege, indeed a joy to be part of Synod College again. I've always been part of the activities in the college, and I'm glad to be a part of it again, and to talk about the NUP 2020, the way forward. As Dr. Majawat said, it's a welcome change. We were waiting a long time for an educational reform to come in, and we've got it now. And the question is, how do we move forward? It's a very important question, which I think is a concern for each one of us here. And it's really befitting for Synod College to have organized this program, because we just cannot take a policy and implement it without deliberating on it, without looking at its pros and cons, without looking at its advantages and perhaps disadvantages, because we as a nation are highly diverse in all terms, and there can be no uniformity of application throughout the country. And as a language teacher, I'm very concerned with the point in the NEP 2020, point 411, which talks about multilingualism and language power. It's been my concern, it has really worried me, because implementing a policy where you have the mother tongue as the medium of instruction can be a real challenge in a country which is so diverse in terms of its linguistic aspects, in terms of its ethnicity, in terms of its culture. It's so diverse, and this is what makes India so beautiful and unique, is because of its diversity. So, from my end, it's a very strong personal feeling. I do not feel, I'm talking in terms of a language policy, not in terms of the other aspects of the NEP, which is so beautiful. It's learner-centered, it gives importance to the teachers, it gives importance to the community and society. Everything about the policy is worth admiring, it's worth appreciating. But my only concern is using the the mother tongue instruction in our schools and colleges, because we're so diverse. And the question is, what dialect? What is the status of the dialect? What is the status of the mother tongue or the language that we can use in order to have it as a medium of instruction? We have to think a lot on this. And I'm so glad that this national seminar will also tackle these important issues and concerns, because we just cannot borrow a model and bring it and think that it is a magic formula for an educational success. We have to take it in terms of the challenges, and I think I'm so glad that Dr. Vijay brought in this. It's not everything beautiful. There are many challenges, there are many hurdles, there are many obstacles we will have to look at so that we get the best of the NEP 2020. Because implementing it is not a simple task. We have to look at the economics of it, we have to look at the viability of it, and especially, as I said, when it comes to language, it is so very difficult. If you just look at Meghalaya, Steve Meghalaya, we have Garo and Khasi, the sites, was the Flower dialect, and we have other dialects as well. Now, if we have to employ teachers, it can be a very challenging task. We have to employ teachers who know Hindi and Bengali and Assamese. What mother tongue do we use to teach, for example, a subject like geography? When we have a very heterogeneous classroom, when we have a very diverse classroom population, now what language do we use to teach? Again, we're not ready because we do not have the materials. We have to think in terms of translation. We have to think in terms of having the materials to teach classes. So these are some things that have really worried me all along when it comes to using a particular language or dialect as instruction. And I believe that we are a democracy and should not be in a position that is not strongly. We have the right to be different in certain ways, to modify, change, and it should not be an imposition. So I'm not going to dwell further because it's going to take a lot of time, but I take this opportunity to thank the conveners and the organizers of this national seminar, and I believe that the seminar will bring out fruits, will bring out outcomes that will be really meaningful for each one of us who are attending this seminar. And I do believe that we shall hear words of wisdom from our keynote speaker will help to clarify on many points that are not so clear to me, perhaps, and to all of us. Thank you so much. And with this, I declare the national seminar open. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for sharing your thoughts briefly about the NEP 20 for opening this seminar. So now we have come to the, I can say, the most important part of this today's seminar, that is the keynote address delivered by none other Professor J.D. Sharma, a very well-known educator, teacher, was with the Northeastern University for a long, long time. Was a vice chancellor, I think, for a number of universities, Nairobi universities, Pool universities, and others. And he's also a friend of the college. I think he's from number 5 college, but grateful to you, sir. And I think I am right. Recently, you were awarded the 7th CMAI ICT World Education Excellence Award 2022. Excellence Award in Education. So we rejoice with you. We're happy that you've been honored with the award. And it's a privilege once again to welcome you, sir, to speak to us and to deliver the keynote on this very important theme regarding education. NEP 2020, the way forward. I request you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to every one of you. In this national seminar, and this national seminar organized by Synod bodies itself shows that how our bodies is so much keen to implement the policy of national education policy 2020 and take lead in Meghalaya. And like you said, that this is the second in the sequence event. And in this event, we have the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor T.K. Kharbhawan, Vice Chancellor of Martin Luther Christian University, Shillong, who has just delivered the inaugural address, very thought-provoking issues, and the respected Principal, Dr. R.M. Lindo, Principal of Synod bodies, who has very active team of the professors here, and the convener of the national seminar, and also the coordinator of the IPSC, Dr. G. Lindo, co-conveners, Dr. E.B. Majal, and so many experts from different universities, from different colleges, especially Professor S.M. Singhal, former Dean, School of Education from Northeastern University, Shillong, a well-known person in the field of education and has made very, very important contributions in making policy and also implementation. As we have many participants from different institutions online and also in physical mode. And I was carried away so much by the student, such a beautiful song. She has such a intelligentsia in her heart and mind, combining both and wise, these three things. Creativity, when we talk about NEP 2020, this is the creativity. But this creativity is not having any scope in our present system. This is the problem. So what NEP 2020 wants, that this creativity should come out so that the students can make their career in that branch only. And how to include this creativity in our present curriculum system. This is the challenge. And that is why this has to be converted into the formal curriculum in credit form, so that this girl or any other can make their credit into the formal degree, not as additional their interest. No. So all those now curriculum which we are following at present should also include the informal education. The curriculum should also have the co-curricular activity, the curricular activities as a formal part of education, so that those students spending time for social work, working with communities, that should also be brought under this umbrella of our education system. So far, there is no such system. You have seen the Bharat Ratna awarded in Assam to Bhupen Hadar. And in which branch he was awarded Bharat Ratna? In music, lyrics, whereas he was having PhD in education. He was teacher. But where he got the recognition? In his inner potential. But because it was not part of the education system, so he has to leave his education system which he had studied for 20 years. Just imagine. So what NEP 2020 says, include these things. You know that in Punjab recently that TK was murdered. He was an electronic engineer, but no success in electronic engineer, in music. So these are the branches. How to include this was the system in our Indian ancient system. It was already there. We had 64 kala, what we call arts, along with the science subjects like chemistry, mathematics, and also the vocational subject like carpentry and cloth making. These were already part of our education system. Because of this, education and wisdom, which was available in our ancient education system, people from all over the world used to come to study in India. In universities like Takshila, Nalanda, Vikramshila, and Pandavati. You know, we were talking with Madam in morning that central universities are conducting central university means all combined university examination for admission, CUET. But it was already there in our ancient system. 50,000 people from all over India to take admission in Nalanda used to appear. And out of 15,000, only 1,500 were signed. This system was. But now, so where they will go? Remaining, they cannot go back to their country because at that time not transport like this today that by air you can travel. They used to come on boat or using horses or cart like that. Many days used to take. So they used to go nearby those low category schools and this learn music or any. That is how the education given to other countries to create knowledge and also apply this knowledge for the benefit of society, not only for yourself along with society and also whole community of the world. That is how the concept evolved. That Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu means all living beings should be happy, should have good health. Not only human beings, even animals, plants, everything. So it was a holistic education. So that's what now NEP 2020 says, that we should have holistic education. And because of this, it emerged as the center of knowledge in the world. And again, because of the originality of those localities where knowledge was created, whether it is tribal society, whether it is any other society, they had their own knowledge system. And that is why we have so many types of languages evolved, so many, as Madam said, so many dialects evolved, and so many types of our dress, so many types of foods. Nowhere in the world we have so much diversity of knowledge. So much medicine system. in our country. Nowhere. That's what it was thought. And when we are again talking that India should emerge by 2047 as the center of education, to have the inclusive education, to provide the education to unreached people. Everybody should have the ability as well as their access to the knowledge, but this knowledge should be quality knowledge. Now, when we say quality knowledge, and if we keep on following the same pattern of the curriculum, which is Western based, the same syllabus. So, do you think we will compete with them? We will always remain behind. Then how can you become the knowledge giver? You have to include the knowledge of the place, which is already there, which has evolved during the process of evolution and also with the interaction with nature, a holistic, keeping in view the conservation of resources. In the whole world, our sacred groups, knowledge, conservation of nature is best at it. It is long forest. Nearby, barren, loss of soil, no vegetation, whereas so much rich vegetation, as well as you can see the million years before plants which have become extinct are available. But what we think, those old generation, we think they were not having knowledge. This is the modern system. But they were having both arts, science, engineering, and also knowledge. And this knowledge was transnational knowledge. And that is how they created a world famous scholars in India. Like Chanakya. The Sikandar, he won both world, but ultimately who defeated? India. Not by war, but providing him so much kindness. So that means you cannot win by war. By non-violence, by kindness, you can win the heart of it. Can be included in the system of education. I am just telling the challenges because policy is there. Very good policy. For the first time, taking pupil into making policy. This is for the first time. More than 2.5 lakh pupil stakeholders, they were included. Because earlier also policies were made. It is not that this is the new policy. First policy of 21st century, but since independence, because we know Mahatma Gandhi, he said our education has changed. It is making selfish. It is making our problem destructive to the environment. So in 1937 itself, in the Congress, their meeting, he said that our policy, new policy after independence should be having head, heart, and mind. These three components should be there. But somehow we did not include, we were not able to include all these things because when Dr. Radhakrishnan's commission report immediately after independence in 1948 was made, he said it will be very difficult to change totally the system which has taken now after 1835 nearly more than 100 years. So it continued. So in 1964, the Kothari's commission was made. He said that we have to bring the community affiliation to our education system. So in 66, Kothari commission. And then how the NSS and other things were included, where he suggested 3 months but it did not become the part of formal education. That was the problem with us. So any student given this, they were not having advantage of improving the formal education degree. In 1986, when Professor Yashpal, former chairman of the UGC, was made to make the policy because our GER was increasing very slowly and larger population of old, they were not able to understand the new policy of the government, so it was not getting easy to get the development at a faster rate. So that is how the open education, that IGNOU and adult education, these systems came. But what happened after this in 34 years? In other countries, technology grew very fast. And education was not having ICT used so much in our system. So the knowledge which was created at a faster rate, we were not able to include. So this was the first thing, that we have to bring the education with the technology. And that is how you have seen now the government has announced that there will be the separate university, maybe this year in 23 or 24, they may bring it, which will give total education based on the technology, which will make it available. So that means a good policy has been made, but the challenges comes before us to implement. The policy is made with the view that keeping Indian ethos, keeping Indian value system, how to create world level our youths to compete at global level. So that means we have to produce global citizens. Why? Because now we have the maximum youth population in the world. World needs human resources. So these human resources should be able to compete along with their value system, and they should meet the International Labour Organization's law, ILO. So ILO, what ILO says, that the person should have the adaptability, should have assimilatory inclusiveness, working with different cultures, working with different communities, people of different countries. That's why the youth of India needs to be trained in that way. And implementation of NEP 2020 comes in phase manner. That first of all, we have to make a strong base. And that is why, for the first time, even before the primary education, the educating our children, that is foundation, is taken to make foundation strong. The children will be given playback kind of the playing education, who will know their own environment, who will understand the knowledge from their grandparents, from parents. So this will make permanent impression to create the confidence level in our youth in Indian system. That is very important, because we accept anything coming from outside and we just neglect whatever our system is already there, which is well tested in time and also in space. So to create confidence in the children, why that age has been selected? Because maximum to 80% brain development takes place during that period. That is why, so not putting pressure on any formal education, but also keeping in view the development of brain as well as increasing of the knowledge which is there in informal world within them in their own language. So now challenge comes how to create that knowledge in their own language. So naturally, those Anganwadi or these community halls have to be now included in our education system because that education. So some formal training, online training has to be given how to teach them. That's all. So all these are challenges with our education. How you can create that kind of formal curriculum. Though NCERT is given this responsibility, they are working also, and in due course of time, this will be coming. Thereafter, 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, and in 4 also, the choice of exit. In this also, vocational part will be taken, like carpentry, making clothes, and the painting, music, any other. Then comes most importantly, as we are here to discuss in detail, the higher education. Because this lower education responsibility is given to NCERT. They are working and they are already making the uniform curriculum to a different level. You must have seen that in central schools already some changes have been included. That exam system is changed now, that unit test, some percentage will be added, not only the final year mode or that. They have already started. So that means opportunities, challenges for those organizations to create such, along with the curriculum, the non-formal, how to bring them into the formal system. How to create that technological support system to all parts of the country. These are all challenges. Because as Madam rightly said that we have so much diversity, rural, then also other economical, social, so much diversity of language. So these have to be included. I was attending one convocation organized by this Meghalaya Hindi Sanstha. There 31 students, teachers, they attended translation from Hindi to their own language, dialect. See, this is a good system. That means we have to have translation system in our colleges, in our university. Suppose Khasi teacher, that girl, she can translate from English to Khasi at lower level maybe. But who will support financially? Government is going to give. Already, JNU has been identified. And in Northeast, there will be translation hub in last November 2021. It was declared by our Education Minister because we have more than 120 languages in this Northeast. Whereas other states, they have 1 or 2 languages. It is easy for them to translate the material, study material. So here, this way, 31 languages, they translated the material in Hindi. Similarly, material of English can be started not only in those Garo, Khasi and Jatia, but also in that. So that at lower level, they need not to take that high level translation, the material of school around the environment, what you want in that, what is the use of that plant, this kind of knowledge, if they create, JNU started and they wrote to different states, they wrote to Tamil Nadu that we are going to translate the English material to Tamil language. Tamil Nadu government gave 10 crores. They wrote to Assam, Assam government gave 10 crores. They have collected 50 crores for translation work. So can we start this and write to government of Meghalaya that we are going to translate for school level this material into the local language. So quality material will be available to them. Who will take this challenge to implement it? Because I feel that this is the time now for us to implement in phased manner this NEP 2020. Understand properly, go for action. This is also having challenge of autonomy. Because we have at present the system of affiliation. So we look towards the university. Whatever university will send the instructions, we follow. Whatever examination system dates are given, we follow. Whatever syllabus is given, we follow. And we start teaching as per the topics. So not much scope to include any such knowledge in our system. So the challenge comes, and what NEP 2020 says that by 2040, we should get away all this. We should have all colleges, more than 50,000 colleges. Slowly, they should become autonomous colleges. And university should work as a guide to guide those colleges to come and become multidisciplinary. Maybe clusters of colleges, if you know, minimum 3,000 sustainable number of these students, because some institutes have only 100, 200. They cannot be. So in that way, we have to work out. So who will be there? Our institutional, higher educational institutions have to take lead in this. It has to be now functional aspect of NEP 2020 to implement. Because the aim is to remove the dropout so that students are given flexibility of multiple entry and multiple exits. Many may not be going out at present, but we have seen in our system some students leave in middle of graduation due to various pressures, maybe economic, maybe their family, or they have to work to support them. To avoid all these things, this has been brought multiple entry, multiple exit, and also to give more chance to learn anywhere. Because now we are not having such system. If a student is admitted in a particular university, he is not allowed to leave and take a second year from any other university at present. Because we have very tight system of education. So make it with looser, allow him to take some of these courses. UGC has allowed 40% and allow multiple exit entry. But each year, which will award certificate, diploma, and degree, should be having the holistic part of education. That means we have to bring down the number of courses of that particular subject up to 60%, include 40% on his liberty to select skill courses, to select vocational courses, and to select those non-formal courses. So in this way, even if he is going after first year, he will have the holistic part. Not only the subject first year, second year, this vocational, third year, this, no, all this. To provide skill and vocational, there are already councils. National Skill Development Framework is there. They have the courses, which courses, how many credit. We are aware that credit means 1 hour theory per week, 2 hours practical per week, having 13 to 15 weeks for a semester. That means on an average, 15 weeks we take, so 15 hours theory or 30 hours practical. That should make the work. So all these non-formal or the extracurricular activity now can be converted in this way by the college. So the student may have even more credit than required to the education. So what he can do? The earning of credit will go to a central academic bank of credit, which has been created by the ministry. I am sure that each college, university should register there. We have already done. Earlier they made only for A-grade colleges, but now they have allowed others. So the student will register there with the information to the college, autonomous or university, so they can read them anytime. And it is also doing for degree 7 years. This is already there, N plus 2 plus 1 UGC rule is already there. So same rule, but diverting liberal skill, liberal in the soft skill, liberal in arts, what we call. So all these things are now clear. So it is for us, and they have 24 category. That's okay, 60% this your core courses, knowledge of the subject. So if you take say 40 credit, that component, then 50% will be the minor, then 20% will be vocational, then 20% will be the skill. So in this way, the courses can be made as a graduate course. So as we all know that graduation can be either 3 years or 4 years. And if it is 4 years, it will be with major or honors of the research degree. Those who do with the 4 years, for them PG will be 1 year. And those who do with 3 years, PG will be of 2 years. That means starting with level 5 to research, it will be up to level 10. And level 9 will have 3. Because integrated PG, and to have this, the uniformity or understanding, they have given the flexibility that each semester may have 18 to 20 credit. So if our college is following the system of 20 credit, in each semester, they can divide the courses, 4 credit, 2 credit. So major and minor. Major suppose 4 credit, minor then 50% as I said of 2 credit. If it is skill, 1 credit. And then we can work. So in this way, to implement in Northeast, a committee, region-wise committee was formed by UGC and ministry. So myself and Dr. C.S. Rao, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mizoram University, he was coordinator and the 5 persons were members. So we have worked out, we have organized a number of awareness program, including the government options, including the principles of policies of this region, Eastern region. And we have worked out the outline. I saw the name of Amit Chaudhary. I think he can provide you the outline how we have implemented in our university from this year already. And we should not have in mind that total everything will be implemented from this year. Not possible at all. It phased in. As you create more infrastructure, physical, teachers, you will include more courses. Whatever you have infrastructure, you include it. Whatever you do not have, you try to use under MOU, other sister organizations. Suppose some yoga classes are held or yoga courses there in some university. Try to have that course, give to them. If some university or college having music or any physical education course, try to include in that. Any course related to environment conservation or this biodiversity or the urban medicine system, try to include as multidisciplinary. So we have to work out, sit together, see what are the resources available, but what is the aim of this NEP 2020? We have to understand that we have to give more options to students to select. That is the thing. Because at this time, we do not have that kind of the more option. We are giving option within the subject, what we call select elective course, 3 or 4. You will be surprised to know now the students in our university, they have 66 courses to choose. Earlier, they are having only 3, 4, 3, 4. And the political science student is taking course in computer science. Just imagine, we never thought. Honestly, I am telling. We thought that why this political science students will go, he will never go. We used to think because we have preconceived idea, because we have undergone only that kind of the system of education. So this time has come for teachers also who learn, unlearn, and relearn. Similarly, become more expert in technology, because then we can have a number of courses online, as well as we can use the MOOCs courses, we can use the CEC courses, NAPTEL courses, if we have less human resources in our college. We can also use the international courses, allow students, at least they will have a certificate. If we can include in this our system, that is very good. So I am sure that inclusion of such liberal art courses which were there, and now NEP 2020 says as an ET should have the opportunity to students. If it is included, our country will also create a number of new projects. As I said, a lot of our world-renowned scholars, not only Chanakya, Aryabhat, Bhaskacharya, Valmiki, which created grammar of Sanskrit, which is now also nobody is able to bring change. Just imagine, 5,000 years before. So that was the great. They are not giving liberty. So do you think the brain of Indians has gone down? They are not given the opportunity. When Obama became the president of USA, he said, you should be careful with Indian brain, because they have so much that brain, Indian mostly world over recognized. They have so much wider thinking to assimilate and learn. They have this interest. So all these things now, there is a need to bring into the system of our inclusiveness, inclusive education, to provide more access, equity, and the quality. I am sure that this seminar will give opportunity to learn from different experts out there. And if Dr. Chaudhary is coming, he will give you our structure so that you can think how it can be made easy to implement. But it is only psychological. We are thinking of 2045 now. 2045, you leave it, it will automatically come. Because now we are discussing how it is possible to have 3,000 students. That is in 2040, anything 40. Don't think that part now. But it will automatically come because when everybody will get chance, so more people will come in a higher education system. Now we are having GER about 27 point something. We are expecting by 2030, 2035 at least 50%. Because once the GER, why we are emphasizing, is there, then it becomes easy to implement any forward-looking developmental policies. Otherwise, you have seen any policy declared by government, first of all, opposition. People will start burning on roads and all these things because they are unable to understand that how it is going to help socially, economically, and also give opportunity to them. So I am sure that through NEP 2020, we can provide more opportunities to youths to create the environment to bring out their potential, which is already there. Only provide opportunity for them to access. That should be, so we have to change not as a teacher, but as a mentor. So that we help them in bringing out their mental brain, which is not being used as present system of education, to become more creative. The one example that many universities have already started, because the UGC is going very fast nowadays. You have seen so many evaluations are being published recently in the last 2 months. They have gone for drawing degree, the training degree. All this can be started by autonomous college with any within India, outside India, and they have identified 100 best university of the world, and also our university or colleges which are having A grade, A+. We have to also improve ourselves and then bring together, share the knowledge, both in terms of online, because those courses can be done online also, or 1 semester outside, and the outside students also study. So much liberal system can be created if we have strong desire. I think we have to work for this. We have to spend time to create that environment as well as to facilitate that kind of the flow of knowledge from anywhere to our youth, so that they become the global citizens. We have to develop the course of global citizen course, that is challenge. We have to develop the course outreach community-oriented program. UGC has already circulated 2 credit courses that how our students can be there. So we can at least start choosing all those courses which are there. So much change is taking place. There is need to include these changes in our dynamic system of the education, which has provided opportunity to NEP 2020 case. And therefore, make use of the strength of each other and help remove the weakness of any institution to guiding those institutes why we have today. So not taking much time because we are combined with this. I look forward to this query question. Answer because another meeting has come. Thank you very much for giving me this.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful and insightful sharing about NEP 2020 and way forward. You share with us about the diverse, rich knowledge system, traditions, practices that we have, and how we can dwell on this, the present NEP 2020, and go forward and become, global competency. So we thank you, sir. And I hope your lecture has really opened the doors for this seminar so that we can have all the deliberations. And that's what the keynote address is to do. So I hope the door has been open, all the doors open, the different subsections, the different sub-teams, and all the resource persons, the paper presenters, and others, they can dwell on this. And I hope we will have a very fruitful and meaningful national seminar on these 2 days. So now we have almost come to the end of this two-hour program. So I request Dr. B. Suma, the convener of this national seminar, to kindly propose for the times. And after that, we will stand up and sing the national anthem. Dr. E. Major will lead, and he will also make the necessary announcement.
Stand here today on behalf of the Education Department of Synod. First of all, I thank God for giving us wisdom and knowledge. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Professor G. Pravan for sparing your valuable time with us, even sharing your expertise with us. And also, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Professor T.K. Karbaman for joining us today. I will also express my sincere thanks to our principal, Dr. R.M. Lingla, for giving us permission to organize this national seminar on NEP 2020 the way forward. And also, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our Vice Principal, Dr. M. Madi, chairing the session. And I would like to express my sincere thanks to our coordinator at QAC, Dr. Chiran Gao, for her continuous support. And I would like also to extend my sincere thanks to all the resource persons and the invitees who could join us today. And I will also thank the teachers, all the head department and the teachers of Synod College for joining us today. And I will thank also the students for your help and arrangement. And last but not least, I will express my sincere thanks to all the teachers from the Department of Education.
As a resource person, before we go ahead with this, I would request the students to can felicitate Dr. Q. And also to felicitate Dr. Rajendra. Before we start with the technical session, I would like to introduce Dr. Q. As the chairperson of this session. Ma'am currently is an associate professor in UGC Human Resource Development Center, formerly known as UGC Academic Staff College, Northeastern University, Shillong. He's also a former faculty at the Department of Zoology, Synod College, before to join UGC HRDC in 2009. Dr. Khatterby is also a guest lecturer in this Department of Northeastern University, and have been delivering on the lectures and various programs in various topics, academic performance indicator, API, on FDP, faculty development and demand, minor research, as well as SPSS. As a course coordinator in UGC HRC, one is very instrumental in organizing and convening various program courses in HRBC, whereby orientation courses, virtual courses, summer and the school short-term courses to be included. If I'm not mistaken, total of 62 programs under the guidance and the coordination of she completed her PhD thesis on biochemical genetic studies and field species of shaman. Besides, as a resource person on various national and international seminars, she delivered lectures on the role of human resource development, on online education, a youth workshop for faculty development, new technique to sustain equality in higher education, open educational resources through the farm, as well as a massive open online courses from overseas. To conclude, introduction of really has not only attended and presented papers, but also published a number of books and journal articles in reputed journals with national and international publishers. Ma'am, welcome you once again, and I hope your presence here would be happy to help us, advisors and students, and I hand it over for time.
Thank you very much, Dr. for having given the introduction. So, I once again welcome all the attendees for this national seminar on AB 2020, the way forward, that is being organized by the Department of Education, Synod College, Shillong. I welcome our online participants for this first technical session that will be given by two eminent educationists of the Northeast, and we are happy to listen to our first speaker for this session, Dr. Rajendranath Babu. I would
So it was talked about quality education. So it is lacking in the field of education. So already we are aware our Indian higher education system is the largest third one after China and United States. If you see, the Justice Verma Commission in 2012 is submitted 2014 based upon the Justice Verma Commission teacher education institutions as NCT, which was redefined the B.Ed curriculum, 1 year B.Ed to 2 year B.Ed, 1 year M.Ed to 2 year M.Ed, and some of the reforms came in teacher education. Though the Justice Verma Commission was suggested, still we are facing some of the issues related to teacher education programs. That's why I will give some of the examples which we are facing at present. That recently in our Nagaland state government, so they given I think 11 teachers they terminated from the jobs. So one of the main reasons is they done the degrees unauthenticated sources. So that is one of the drawback of online. When they are seen in online, then they applied for some universities or colleges to pursue their degree. They completed. They thought that they can mistake more program. So they completed their course, but they produced their certificate, they got employment. After 5-6 years later only, it was noticed that the degrees was fake. So this is one of the biggest challenging which we are going to face in future. Because according to UGC regulations, according to NBP, 20 to 40% we are going to study through online. That credit transfer it is going to the degrees will be awarded 20 to 40%. So here the example which I was quoted here that with regards to degrees, that one of the students from Nagaland, she done B.Ed from Tamil University, but her study center is in Dimapur. But very interesting thing is that way of instruction that Tamil University is Tamil language. That how the certificate was got in the form of English. So that is a big question. So it was traced because in the inquiry committee they are also asked me my suggestions. So due to this reason I was not clear cut idea about so why it was happened. So this is happened due to only online sources because the lot of fraud that is online fraud it is there. During our M.Ed and B.Ed admissions also, so they are creating dummy lists. So the students are applying for that, then they are paying money, but they are not getting admission. So these are the and also dates for also it is mismatching. So due to this reason, when we started this B.Ed Common English examination, 5 to 10 students they are not appeared for examination. Some they appeared for examination, but they did not came for counseling. So these two issues happened due to online fraud. Then, so one more thing, why because these two statements, why I was mainly highlighted here. Still, the admission it will be there, May month or June month will be there admissions. If you see in online, January, February, March, that is entire 1 year, you will find some of the colleges they are advertising. Few seats are left for B.Ed admission, D.Ed admission, M.Ed admission. So it can be seen in Facebook or any other social media. Still, we are seeing. Why I was quoting this one? So, madam is the number there. At least madam said highlight. Then we can stop some of the components. So, where we are facing the issues. And also, I think if you travel from total northeast, we have some of the agencies, those who are offering MBBS, BTech, MTech. That, for example, I use the word dev consultancy. So these are the richest people apart from the universities. Why? Because they are earning lakhs of money due to these mediating laws. But all the degrees, so they are getting, though it is a professional courses, but B.Ed, M.Ed, it is not a research program, but getting the degrees through distance mode, though it is not a research program. And also why? Because this online, as per the UGC regulations, now we are going to study offline as well as online as well as distance mode. So these three also is coming up, but how to coordinate it, how to maintain standards and qualities, that is also one of the biggest challenges for us which we are going to face in future if already NEP is implementing, but whenever after 2030 later then we will see some of the issues related to which the problem was highlighted by me now. Now then one more issue, whereas I belong to teacher education, so then I am linking with my topic. So as of the NEP 2020, after 2030, so we can see in teacher education 4-year B.Ed, so 2-year B.Ed, so 1-year B.Ed. So already we are aware this one, but NEP was clearly mentioned about these 3 programs, but NCT was highlighted again 15 programs which is there still. So which is existing at previously itself. Then this is the story in teacher training institutions in India. In 2014 recognition programs we have 15. So before 2014 we have only 13 programs. Then in 2019 again 2 programs were added. That is integrated programs, BA, BSc, BA. So then it became 17. But one of the interesting fact is in all over India, no state was implemented the 17 programs. 2014, 2019. Now we are in 2022. So we are not seeing entire 17 programs in single state. So due to this reason, that is my perception, we are not getting all-round development. We are not training all-round development for the students who are coming for teacher education field. There are many examples where we are lacking. So in Minado address, so one of the students was singing very good song, but it is not proper training. But we have the creativity, potentiality to use that talent. But Vice also was given quoted that information. Now if you see in teacher training program, just I will go directly, you can see. Now you can see that this programs was I was given that 17 or 15 programs. So diploma in preschool education, DLED, B.Ed, B.Ed. Actually in the Northeast we are running only DLED, B.Ed and M.Ed. But in any other professional training programs, so we are less concentrated. So this is the one of the evidences. Now if we see in that aspect, if you go for, you can see here, B.Ed, B.Ed and M.Ed. But in Northeast, so majority of students they are very strong in sports and games. But we are not giving proper training. Though we are not giving proper training, but they are participating national and international levels. You can see from Assam itself we have, then from Manipur we have Meriko. You just imagine. But at least if you given training, at least the candidates will participate national and international level. So this is one of the biggest drawback in the teaching profession, which we are lacking DPEd, BPEd and MPEd. So we does not have. If you see, take my example, give my state, Nagaland state. So no BPEd, no MPEd, MPEd. So we does not have. We are not giving any training. But in NEP also it was spoken about sports and games. But in where implementation for, so we are lacking. Just I give you for example purpose, then I will go for directly my area. Then if you see there one more aspect, that means DLED in ODL mode, B.Ed in ODL mode, then vocational education, performing arts and visual arts. Then performing arts and visual arts, then we have in Assam State, Assam University they are offering, but they does not have NCT recognition. NCT recognition does not have. You just imagine now. So which that NEP was highlighted regarding performing arts, visual arts, sports and games, so distance education. So we are very far away from other parts of the country. So this is the in teacher education. So then we will not talk about high-tech because it is under the process. So then I will go for directly my topic. Online and digital education. So one of the key reforms initiative was taken. So at present, then I will go one by one. So one of the key points that mentioned in online digital education, that is pilot studies for online education. So it was mentioned in Para 24.48. Then a digital infrastructure, then online teaching platform and tools, then content creation, digital repository and dissemination, then addressing the digital divide. These are the 5. Then virtual labs, training and incentives for teachers, online assessment and examinations, blended models for learning, then laying down standards. So these are the 10 components. So it was incorporated. So in the area online and digital education. So that is the recommendations given by NEP 2020. So at present, what is the status of these components at present? Then what are the issues we are going to face? So in this manner, then I will continue with this one. Now this is one of the first point which I was given in previous, that is pilot studies for online education. So in online education, there is pros and cons, both will be there. Then I will touch one of the major drawbacks. So those who will spend more on online, so definitely they will face some of the health issues, mental condition. And also their side effect, that is my observation which I was seeing during this lockdown, because I am also one of the persons who was affected from the COVID. So due to this effectiveness, because I was isolated, there is no option for other communication, so then we are spending on mobile. The average use of that mobile during the COVID, that is COVID affected time, it is more than 15 hours. You just imagine, more than 15 hours. So if you are spending more than 15 hours means, then we are losing some of the human relationships, either with the colleagues, either with the families. So this is also we are observing at present, especially in the school days. To sort out some of the issues related to health issues, then online transaction issues. So then the NEP 2020, so it was recommended that National Education Technology Forum to initiate. Then CIT, Central Institute of Education Technology, National Institute of Open Schooling, IGNO, IITs, NITs. So they given to conduct pilot studies to sort out these issues. Then so far I was not seen any pilot study it was conducted. So except NCRT was conducted on mental health status. So then it was report also it was available in NCT platform. So this will be very useful to strengthen or what are the weak points to effective implementation of ICT in school level or higher education level. So these forums, then their reports will be very useful for teachers or policy makers for effective implementation of online and digital education. So this is the first point. So still we are in initial stage only. The other point you can see here for our best example. So from all the state national curriculum papers was given a report, state-wise also they collected information. So now they are collecting online survey. So this survey will give for effective implementation or to make any changes in national curriculum paper. So this is possible through digital education, digital transformation. Then another important aspect which we are facing, that is digital infrastructure facilities. So then if you want to go for offer any online courses or to teach online classes or to go for evaluation, then just make question mark. Our institutions are capable to hold this aspect in effective manner when comparing with other parts of institutions. Those who have an A++, so they are handling this component in effective manner. So remaining part, so it was not happening in a perfect manner. Well, because online classes, then we have some of the issues also. Then I will talk later. So that means lacking infrastructure facilities. So due to this reason, that effective implementation of the digital online classes or effective classroom communications, we are not able to complete. You just imagine those who completed the PG in a lockdown period, they does not have a basic system. If you are asking some of the questions, they are not able to tell. So it looked like a distance mode program with they got the PhD without any competencies or skills they are acquired the degree. And also some of the students are claiming
that the teachers are less bothered about the students. So this is the one of the statement where we have taken some of the feedback from the students. So from the feedback, I have a report also. It was taken. So that is the statement it was given. But if you go for the teacher's side, the teachers are saying we does not have proper training. The proper training is lack of infrastructure facilities. In Northeast already we are aware that how the climatic conditions will be there. Electricity issues, how it will be there. Then, if in electricity or internet fluctuation something will be there, then attention will lose. And also then if you cannot teach more than 1 hour. So most students will spend more than 30 minutes. In online, 20 to 30 minutes per only they can listen very perfect manner. If you go for more than that one, only teacher himself he or herself only teaching by home. Introspective teaching. So like a micro teaching skill. But it is not teaching for entire students. So that one also we see. For example, when you started the classroom, what is the status of attendance? Then middle of the classroom, what is the status of attendance? At the end of the class, you can see the attendance. The same thing will be applicable for those who are conducting programs through online means, like message seminars, webinars. In such case, attendance will be very high. In validity session, attendance is very high. So in middle, you will not find. So at the end of the session, so maximum they will ask feedback, sessions were excellent. Though the candidate was not attended that session, but asking for feedback to get the certificate. That means without attending, without gathering proper information, so we are getting the certificates. Then how to validate that type of certificates? Then how to assess that the skills or competencies? So that is one of the biggest challenge. Why? Because in future, the faculty development programs, research programs, they are conducted through online. At present, it is going on online. Then we have to see what are the competencies which we are giving training, how they are learning. So that is the biggest challenge. This is one point. Then another point, online teaching platforms and tools. So already we are aware about SWIME platform, which is the government initiative for all of the country, either in the school level or UG level or PG level. Then we have 6 coordinators to offer these SWIME courses, like IGNO, then Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, then NCRT. So like this UGC. Then we have, now the issue is, though it was started 6-7 years before, then how many institutions that credit transfer was taken place? It is 0. According to my observations, that which I was communicated through my circuit, it was not happened. But Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University, they implemented this SWIME credit transfer course in Tamil Nadu Teacher Education University for embedded course. But all the students are there facing a problem to get the certificate. Well, because the duration of the time, the execution of the semester, then taking the course through SWIME platform, it is not mentioned. So due to this reason, the students want to wait 3-4 months extra. So whenever they are waiting for some more months apart from the curriculum, so they are losing either employment opportunities or to go for higher education. So this is one of the issues which we are going to face in future once if you are implemented the credit transfer to learn some of the courses through SWIME platform. And also we are missing the coordination between colleges, universities, and the UGC and the SWIME coordinators. So we are not getting proper coordination. And also this coordination, the people must be only from the computer background, but because others cannot easily understand. But if they understand this, students also it is very clever how to change. So because we see in admission time we conducted admission through some of the platforms, online platforms, then how they can cheat, that one also can be easily observed. For example, the student standard how in UG level and the intermediate level how he is standard, then getting in first rank or second rank in admission. Then there was in interview students are not able to give the proper answers. That means in evaluation, they are taking this online test also some of the issues we have. That means with limited resources, then we are doing that activity as per the time schedule. So this is one point. Then if you see the Diksha platform, then all over India, the NCRT taken major initiative to effective implementation of this Diksha. So they are giving state-wise training, but it is going very full swing way only it is going on. But only it is part of the process only, but it is not effective implementation speed. But our concern is, apart from the NEP 2020, that is credit transfer issues, then we have to learn 20 to 40% through online program that is under swing. So there we have to concentrate more in higher education. So that was, so some of the issues which I was highlighted just now, then I will come some more information also. Then if you see, then one more point, in online teaching, two-way video conversation or two-way audio interface, so it can be effectively can possible only 2 to 3 or 1 to 5. That means one teacher, 5 students. To go for eye-to-eye contact to effective communication. If more than number of students will be high, then you cannot concentrate all the students. So then you will lose the concentration. Then all students will not learn properly what you are teaching. So that one also it is there in online teaching. Then I will cut that point. Then content creation and the digital repository. So regarding content creation, if you see in the Swayam platform, the digital repository in which the information is available, some of the content and videos is not up to the mark to concentrate more on the videos. So that one also it is there. That means there we have to improve some more to go for effective implementation of courses under Swayam platform. So that is one point. Then we have National Repository for Open Education Resources. Then here one of the copyright issues. So one of the major challenges which we are going to face in future, that is copyright issues. So we have to give proper citations and referencing, then we have to quote. But in online, you can cut and paste, either in the teaching or in assignments. If you see, we conducted examination through online board. 70% of the students they searched in the Google, so they copied. So they return in their answer sheet. So now we given 80% and 80%. Well, because we are questioning on paper, but we are not thinking about how they return. So this is also one of the challenges we faced during this lockdown period. So this is copyright issues which we are facing. Then another one, then virtual labs. Let me skip that one. Virtual labs. So for this virtual labs, there one Amata Vishwavidyalaya. It is there in Tamil Nadu. So they given for to develop this virtual lab. You can see this is the virtual lab. So e-content development. So those who want to develop this virtual labs, so this is the format they have to follow. But still it is doing on school level at present. So it was not came for higher level so far. So which I was seeing under this platform. This is OLabs. That means virtual labs. It was developed. This project was developed by Amata Vishwavidyalaya. It is in Tamil Nadu. This is total funded by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. You can see from all the subjects: physics, chemistry, biological science, maths, and EVs. So if you go for some of the videos, some of the activities which was developed in this platform, it is more better than understanding the quality. So then it is very useful for those students are very below average students to catch up average. The teachers, family members also they can do training for their own children, but they are free of cost. So that it can be used for all the levels. Then this is the example. This NCRT is giving training for all over India in teaching, learning, and assessment, especially in virtual labs development. Actually, at present they are concentrated more on school level, but it not take for higher education so far. Then training and incentives for teachers. So those who are doing research and those who are developing some of the apps, then platforms in the field of higher education, especially in the teacher training institutions. Then we have some of the incentives from NCRT. So they are giving every year ICT Teacher Awards. So then they are also appreciating with the certificate and memento. So that one also will give some of the encouragement for the school teachers as well as college teachers. So that is the point. Then online assessment and examinations. So in the future already it is under process. National Assessment Center for that is for performance assessment, review of the analysis of knowledge for policy development. So at present all the assessment, admission, everything it is going through NTA. So then I will share some of the issues how according to my mind at present admission procedure it is totally failure. So that is my perception. So with our giving some of the examples. So we are going for combined examination for all over India for the sake of benefit of students to get admission. With less effort. Less effort means less expenditures. They spend less money for application to write examination to get admission. Which institution they have chosen? You see, all over India, those who are opted for NTA admissions, still admission process is going on. But in our case, some of the universities, we are conducting first semester examination in the next month. Those who went for NTA, classes not yet started. Those who are exempted from NTA, we are conducting exams in the next month. Now, when they are starting the classes, when they are conducting the examination, for this present batch, we are getting 6 months gap. 6 months gap we are getting. So then one more issue here that NTA was not given proper guidelines or instructions to the applicants. So due to this reason, up to last minute, candidates are not able to know which examination center they have to go. So that is one issue. Then one more issue. Suppose the person who is there in Shillong, if he got admission, entrance examination in Kolma, then how he will travel our center? If he is traveling, you see transport and the DA, then accommodation, you can see how much expenditure is going on. So it is going on that 10 to 20,000 students are spending to get only for admission. Then what is the use of NTA? Common entrance we are used to save the time and money of the students. So in this one, at present admission, that is the total failure of NTA. And also some students, they got examination center to 2 centers. That is also because I am the observer in NTA, so I see all the issues. Then in one examination, student came for 7 o'clock, their exam was started at 1 o'clock. Then how much time they have to spend? 7 o'clock means when they have to reach the center. Because due to some technical issues, the question paper was not uploaded on time. So instead of 9 o'clock, they started at 1 o'clock. That means entire without taking any food, they spent entire examination hall. Then you can see the mental condition of the student, how they have to prepare for this examination. So these are some of the challenges we have to solve out. We have to give some of the recommendations to NTA to take care related to admission related matters. So already this is the seated to maintain some of the quality in school education and higher education. In admission, we are following that NTA. Then seated for school level, that make for PG level. So this one also they are not conducting in on time. So here also some of the issues we face the recent examination. Then I will skip this. Then I will go directly to some of the challenges. You can see this is the challenges. If we are effectively implementing this digital and online education, implemented. So these are the challenges. See, unavailability of open and public digital resources, infrastructure facilities. So then, if you are updating some of the software so time to time, so then we have to use some of the data. Then again we have to reinstall. Then some of the issues, it is there in space issues. If those who are our mobiles. Then in the school level, how many of students they can afford for smartphones? So that is one of the biggest challenge to effective implementation of school level. So this is then internet and electricity issues. In Northeast it is very high. So suppose if it is their examination on that day, if electricity is not there, then you can see the mental condition. But the exam can be postponed, they can write again later, no issues. But the mental condition, he cannot concentrate more on to clear that examination. So that's why we have to do some of the researches to effective implementation of this admission as well as examinations. So thank you. Then I will stop here. If there are any questions or any clarification, it is required on my talk. So you are most welcome. Actually, my ideas was given through my experiences, which we see. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. for having brought up a very pertinent issue, the challenging way ahead for implementation of the online mode of teaching and learning. But because of the time constraint, I request our online participants to please put in your question for our resource person in the chat box, and then we will discuss all the questions at the end of our next speaker. And also, if there is any question from the audience here in this room, please put in your sheet of paper and then you can bring it to the table so that we can discuss at the end of the session. So now I invite our second speaker, a very eminent educationist in higher education, Professor T.K. Kharbawan, who has tread the ecosystem of the higher education for over 4 decades in enriching the higher education system in language, not only in the state, in the country, but also at the international level, where she has really contributed richly to the English language teaching in higher education. And she has also contributed a lot administratively, being the director of FU, retired about a year ago, and now heading a very well-known university here in the state, that is the Martin Luther King University. So we're very fortunate to have us, the Vice Chancellor of the Martin Luther King University, Professor T.K. Kharbawan, who will address the issue of quality universities and colleges in terms of the language as per NEP 2020. So I invite you now.
Thank you, Dr. Kwenda, and I welcome all my colleagues from different institutes and universities to be part of this program this morning. For dearth of time, because we've been given just 15 minutes, I don't think we do justice to a really critical observation and critical study of the NEP and its implementation. So I just picked on a few points for our reflections this morning, and perhaps we can take back our thoughts home and think about it, and perhaps it would be helpful when we meet again and think in terms of how we implement the NEP 2020. I'm glad that I've been given a topic on quality education, because it is one of the Sustainable Development Goals, number 4, which talks about quality education. And I think it's important that we reflect on this in the light of NEP, whether we as professionals, intellectuals, and academicians can really contribute towards achieving the SDG 4, which is quality education. Now, let's just start with the philosophy of education, as been pointed out by John Dewey, which I think has influenced the NEP 2020, because he talks about education for life, that is preparing the learners for life, preparing our learners to be citizens, accountable citizens with a moral accountability. And for that, he emphasizes on experiential learning, which is very foreign to the kind of conventional teaching that we have been following. Because we are not really encouraging experiential learning in our classrooms. We do not have facilities. We do not have, even looking in terms of the physical arrangement of the classroom. I mean, I would call this a very autocratic classroom. You know, where I'm here and you're all this in rows. It's a highly autocratic classroom. But what we should think in terms of, even in the physical arrangement of the classroom, is a democratic classroom, where the students can face one another. It's not sitting in rows, but maybe in a circle, or a half circle or a full circle, where they can talk to one another, they can share with one another. That is part of experiential learning, where they learn through sharing, they learn through communicating, they learn through participating and collaborating with one another. And when we talk of experiential learning, I think the spirit of team work and the team loyalty is also there. So we are building in the learner that holistic character, that sense of character, of helping one another, of developing one another's needs, and maybe helping with the weaknesses of a better learner, helping an average learner and a slow learner. So that is all part of experiential learning which John Dewey is talking about. And I'm so happy, as I said in the morning, that the NEP 2020 is very learner-centric. The conventional teaching patterns that we've been following in the country and in the state is always teacher first. The teacher is always here, the students are there. But the NEP has changed that paradigm, has changed that focus from being teacher-focused to being learner-centric. And the thrust of the curriculum in the NEP is that we should develop a real sense of understanding and comprehension in the learner. And I believe in comprehensible input. I don't know if it happens to you, but it happens to me oftentimes when I attend conferences and I attend seminars. The information goes above my head. I don't understand. It's not comprehensible to me. So I talk about comprehensible input. Stephen Krashen, a language specialist, had talked about what is comprehensible input. Comprehensible input is the input that is one level higher from the present proficiency level that the learners have. It shouldn't be too very low because it's going to be boring. And it shouldn't be too advanced because it can be incomprehensible to the learners. So the thrust of the NEP is to enable comprehension and real understanding. And real understanding and comprehension can only happen if the input is comprehensible. So that is a big challenge for us as teachers. How do we address, how do we program our lessons so that the input is comprehensible to the learners? And another thrust of the NEP is to encourage participation by the learners, because I said earlier, the NEP is a learner-centric policy. So that doesn't happen in our classrooms. We are always in the forefront. We talk, we lecture, we give notes. That is not what is being encouraged in the NEP. The NEP, the policy talks about student involvement in the learning process. So it encourages questions, elicitations from the students, not from the teachers. So the elicitation, the questions should come from the students. They are encouraged in what is called discovery learning. They should discover for themselves through experiencing with the learning process. So that is very, very important. And it also encourages discussion-based, analysis-based, group discussions, group dynamics, all these are very foreign to us. You know, as a teacher, I've always encouraged my classrooms to be a talking classroom, which is very opposite to what we understand as teachers in a classroom, where students talk to stop talking. And earlier, we used chalks to throw at students, or if it's a boys' classroom, even a duster. So the children are not encouraged to talk. But if we are talking in terms of experiential learning, experiential education, our classrooms should be discussion classrooms. Our classrooms should be talking classrooms. Our classrooms should be discovering for themselves what does it mean. That is why in most of the FD programs that I've taught in the refreshment courses that Dr. Kwenda and Dr. Kohili organized, I always encourage teachers to encourage group discussions and group dynamics. They're so important. You know, I started that many years ago. I wasn't aware. In fact, I'm happy that it's part of the NEP because that is my teaching strategy. I've always used group dynamics and group discussions in order to get the students involved in what is happening in the class, rather than I just giving notes and I lecturing. Because the lecture-based method is conventional method, and that does not feature in the NEP. So we have to change our pedagogical strategies, our teaching skills, if we have to incorporate this experiential learning. And it starts, my dear colleagues, with the physical arrangement of the classroom. There's not arrangement of rows like this, but then we can have a table in the middle and then have the students facing one another. Or we can have a circular arrangement, or we can have a semicircle. That allows for experiential learning in the classroom. And so we should be encouraging task-based learning. In my language domain, in the language discipline that I come from, we call it TBLT, task-based learning and teaching. So we give students a task, rather than we solving the problem for them. We give the task to the students. So these are things that we as teachers, as academicians, should take note of if we are to really implement the NEP in its true spirit. It will not just end with giving lectures. We have to give the task to our students. They should experience learning. You know, yesterday in Martin Luther, and I'm glad to say this, that Martin Luther is very flexible, it's very community-based. And so yesterday we had this lady come from Chennai. She is a psychodrama and expressive arts therapist. So you know, through drama, through storytelling, through dances, through, you know, songs and music. It's a kind of therapy for our health, well-being, which is also part of the NEP. So the NEP talks to me about being aware, health, and well-being. How do we do it? If we just sit and listen to lectures from our teachers, we should be participating. We should be taking part in the learning process. And that lady was brilliant yesterday when she enacted out how we can release our tensions and our stress if we have conflict within us. How do we express it through art? It's beautiful. So this is something that we ought to change in the way we use our skills of teaching in the classroom. And that is what the NEP wants. So it's a challenge for us because these are something very new, very innovative, very creative that we as teachers will have to develop in the classroom if we are to benefit the students with the NEP. And also the content. I'm glad that Professor G.B. Sharma today talked about literature. We've always been using the canons. I'm a literature student, a literature teacher, I'm also a language teacher. Well, we've always been using the canons, Shakespeare, John Keats, and Wordsworth, which is so far removed from the understanding of the students because it's not contextual. And I'm so glad that the NEP has brought in this, where we incorporate cultural, local materials as part of the reading text of the students, for the students, as content in the course, in the subject. So for environment, we can talk about the many things that we have around our state and in the country to make them aware. You know, I still remember teaching the daffodils, and it's so very difficult for students to relate to a daffodil because they've never seen a daffodil before. So that is where comprehension does not come in. But if we talk of a local flower, or we talk of a local plant, it'll be easy for the students to relate. And I think that is what the NAP wants, incorporating local materials, indigenous materials, our culture, our tradition. Yes, the aim of the NAP is to develop, to make global citizens. But in making our students, our learners, global citizens, we cannot remove them from our roots. And how to develop that love for our roots and for our culture, our traditions? It's by exposing them to our folk tales and our legends and our myths and our stories, our cuisines. We have a lot of work to do. If we have to really implement the NAP, we have to get together, get these stories, these legends and these myths. Because most of our children do not know them. This is what is important if we have to implement the NAP in its true spirit. So it's content-based language teaching. That is what I refer to in my discipline. It's content-based language teaching or content-based teaching, which is very contextualized, which is very localized. And to share with you a little bit of frustration, when I looked at the Embos textbook, I'm sorry to say this, I apologize, but I did see a folk tale of why Kashunan must now, and the character there, the woman there, was wearing a sari. It's not that I have anything against the sari, but it does not, it's not compatible. So these are things that we have to look into. Our materials for the children here, for our students here, should not be prepared by somebody who's alien to the culture, to the people. It should be prepared by within, people from within. So this is what we have to look for if we have to implement the NAP in its true spirit. And talking of skills, I'm just picking on important points because we don't have time. It's already time for lunch, in fact. The skills, proficiency in language. This morning I was sharing with all of us about my concerns about what language are they going to use for the bilingual education approach. What language? What dialect? What is the status of our local dialects? Can we use that? Think of Nagaland. There's going to be a civil war, an ethnic strife, and we do not want language conflict in the classroom. We cannot resolve it. It's going to be very unpleasant. So these are things, that's why I said we have to take certain propositions made by the NAP with a pinch of salt. You cannot just borrow it and bring it here. We have to make modifications. We have to make adjustments. And of course, the NAP talks about developing in our learners a sense of aesthetics and art. I'm glad that I'm working at a university where we have so much of vigor, so much of excitement in music therapy. And I'd just like to share with you, in February, somebody is coming from Wales to teach us music therapy, and she would be, I think, doing it in the Robert Gordon's Hospital and elsewhere, using music therapy for well-being, for health, for our mental being, because we are under stress. And let me tell you, my dear colleagues, that we're living in a VUCA world. What is a VUCA world? It's a volatile, it's an uncertain, it is a very complex, and it is a very ambiguous world we're living in. And that is why we are under a lot of tension and pressure. And we need to express ourselves out. And that is through our sense of aesthetics and art. And I was telling you about this lady, Dr. Magdalene. Very, very good. The way she expressed herself through art. I think we need to let out those inner stress in us, the inner tension in us. And our students need it because I keep telling you that students are under what's called emotional culture. They're under a lot of stress, under a lot of pressure, and they need to get out of that pressure. And how do we do that? Not by giving them assignments and tests. It's by expressing their innovativeness and their creativity and their knowing things through certain ways other than just writing assignments and tests, which in these times is just copy and paste. Encouraging and ethical values among our students. And what I'm very happy about, I think it's just a marathon discussion on the NP, but what I'm very happy about also with NP is its focus on CPD. It's on the continuous professional development of our teachers. We need that. We need that. And I think the 2 years of COVID has been a blessing because it's shaken us as teachers. We were complacent. We were just very happy with the notes that we have, carried it into our classrooms, and then those notes have been passed by over generations. We've not been really hardworking as professionals, but in 2 years of COVID has really shaken us. And as Professor Sharma said, we have to learn, we have to unlearn, and we have to relearn. So if we have to have quality education, we not only have to look at ourselves, our students, we also have to look at our students, the physical surrounding of the students, the classroom, all that is important. We cannot just jump into anything without having the infrastructure. If we have to have what John Dewey calls experiential learning, which is the thrust of the NLP, experiential learning. We cannot have it in a conventional classroom such as the one we have. So as teachers, we have to be creative within the limited means, within the limited resources that we have. I think we need teacher training, teacher education, even in how we arrange the classrooms for experiential learning. That is very important. I think I will not take the time, but I will just end with a few thoughts. It says, higher education institutions have an essential role in sustainability. And as I said, we are at the level of higher education, we are part, we belong to that SDG Code 4. So, we as members, as partakers in the higher education scenario, we need to integrate the principles, the values and the practices of sustainable development into all aspects of education and learning and create a more sustainable future in terms of environmental integrity, in terms of economic viability, and a just society for both the present and the future generations. And I conclude with what De Gaulle says, that higher education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with our existence. That is the essence of the NEP. And Paulo Freire says, education must give the learner the tools to be creators of their own reality. We are the facilitators as teachers. We are the facilitators. It's not like Thomas Bragg and his school with Charles Dickens. We just feed facts and facts and facts. But if we are to encourage our students, our learners, to be the developers of their own reality, we have to give them education that orients one to the world. Subjectivity and objectivity are united, and the learner acquires a critical perspective of reality. And that is, again, the thrust of the NP, to develop in our learners that critical ability to think, to analyze, to discuss, and relate, not only to themselves in the classroom, to their peers in the classroom, but to the community, to the country, the state, and the world at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Diki Harman. You have given a very clear understanding of what comprehensive that evaluation is all about, the continuous and assessment and evaluation. And this is one of the areas that many of the teachers would never really understood of how to go about with the assessment pattern. But in this seminar, you have given a very clear understanding which we teachers should start, practicing that in our classroom. But there is one question for you, ma'am, from one of the participants here. And the question is, when students are divided into groups and group activities are given to them, sadly just a few students work on it and are active while others remain introverted. How do we change this attitude? Because this is what is usually seen in our education system. All right. Thank you for the question. Am I audible? Thank you for the question. Yes, that is the question that's been raised every time we talk about dynamics. But as I keep on telling colleagues, as teachers in the classroom, we know our students best. And so it is our intelligence as teachers in the classroom how to group the students according to their level of proficiency, according to their level of competency. So you cannot keep all the intelligent ones together, the smart ones together. So you should see to it that you have, with a group of 5, you have a very brilliant student, an average learner, and a below average learner. That is why I was talking about team loyalty and the team spirit and the team help, which is very much part of the MEP. See? So we as teachers, we meet our students every day, we interact with our students every day, we look at their classworks and their assignments and their test papers. We are the best judge of who is what, who is an introvert, who is an extrovert, and in each group we should have these students of different calibers so that one helps the other. Because I'm sure the students will be quite embarrassed to approach a teacher for something, but within their own peers, they would be willing to share their problems, even if you have students within, speaking the same language. They would even resort to their own local language to help understand the concept. So that is what I mean when I'm talking about group dynamics and group work and team loyalty and team spirit. That is what I mean. Yes. Can I answer that question? Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, there are a few questions for Dr. Babu, and they want you to address on the digital divide, the mass media, different languages, and medium of instruction.
Thank you, sir, for the question. So regarding this digital divide, so which the information we are providing through online platform, so large audience it was not reaching, especially in rural areas. So for this one in NEP, it was mentioned that we have to use mass media like TV, then radio. So this is the information it was provided in NEP 2020 document. But for regarding this, some of the states they taken initiation to reach large audience, especially Telangana government. Telangana government was taken this TV subject-wise classes. That means subject-wise classes already they recorded. They made some of the plan. Then they given time schedule for each topic. Like local language also will be there in the television. Local language, then English language, Hindi language, Urdu language. So different languages, same concept will be taught by different teachers. So that one it was implemented by Telangana state government. The Nagaland state government also it was started for recording. So still it was not another process. Still it is going on. But it is according to my knowledge, it will take so much time to reach large audience. Why? Because it already told you, internet as well as electricity issues in rural areas it is very high. Still some areas 24 hours power also will not be available. So only 1 hour, 2 hours, some of the villages they are getting electricity. So it will take lot of time to reach the larger audience, but we have to use effective mass media. Then when we are giving some of the advertisements, so that information also it is not reaching larger audience. So that's why when we are giving, especially this admission notification, that information also it was not reach a lot of people. So once the date is over, still they are inquiring when admission notification is coming. So this is due to lack of the digital divide. That information it is not reaching to larger audience. So that information should be published national. Then local newspapers also will be there. So all the social media platforms as well as media platforms which is available in the state, so then it should be advertised. So that is the thing. Then the translation works. For example, in my school, I am also a school teacher earlier. So this the teachers and the parents also, then they have to give the timetable with regarding to these classes, which is a digital. The TV, which that program schedule, then they have to remind frequently by the teachers as well as parents. So then only they can take advantage of to listen the classes. So this is also not properly happening in the case of Telangana, which I was inquired. So that there is a lot of coordination should be there. The organizer, then teachers, then headmaster, and the children and parents. So then only that information was. It will be happening to learn at least something. So those who are not getting on-time information through digital platforms. So that is my experience which I was observed regarding to digital divide. So thank you, sir.
Actually, I just want to add up to what Madam Dharma was saying about the group learning or the experiential learning. Now, another way of getting the students involved is to select a leader who can communicate with the other members of the group. Now, the leader has a very important role to play in this group dynamics. And what I feel is, the leader of the group should initiate the discussion and see that all the members of the group should interact in that particular discussion. Another way in which we can help the students, participate in the group is that you give them prior information, and you can also tell them the theme of which the discussion needs to be taken place. So that they have some kind of basic idea, because unless the students in the group have basic idea of the theme which is being discussed, it will be very difficult for them to speak, isn't it, madam? So what I feel is, I think if we want to organize this type of methodology inside the classroom, we need to inform the students about the theme of the discussion, and the leader should also see that each member of the classroom should participate in this particular discussion. So those are some of the things that can be done. And you should give them some kind of reinforcement for those students who are introverts, or those students who, maybe they know so much about the topic, but they are afraid to, air out their views sometimes, because sometimes, the group might disagree with what they say. But I feel that they should come out, and by doing this, if we continuously use this type of experiential learning, I'm sure the students will come out with their own, ideas and thoughts. That is just I wanted to supplement add up to what Madam was saying.
Yes. Thank you so much, Professor Simo.
Thank you, ma'am, for that. Lovely presentation. And you have mentioned, yes, very rightly, that as per LP 2020, classrooms should have the discussion classrooms and programs. I had actually a face-to-face interaction with some of the teachers at the school level. And what they have expressed to me, and we said, yes, what are the ideas very good. But how do we finish our course? When it is so lengthy, it is so bulky. And in the Indian's perspective, our kids are expected to know everything. Because the more you know, that means you're knowledgeable and you're intelligent. So in this on these lines, I feel that what's the suggestion for improving the courses and how can when it comes to the reports on paper, it is too easy. But when it comes to implementation, then it will be.
That's always been a very, thank you, ma'am, for that question. That has always been a very challenging question and a very difficult response to be given. But, I'll just share something with you, but this is at the college level. I do not know whether it can happen at the school level. So what I'll do, I think I've shared this with some of the colleagues here. What I do is I have a chapter on something, a lesson on something. So what I do is I divide that chapter into paragraphs, and the lesson already has paragraphs. So each paragraph is given to a group. So the lesson, supposing, has 10 paragraphs. So each paragraph is given to a group, and that group will have to find out what is the key idea in that paragraph and summarize it for the class. Because what we as teachers do is we go through the lesson line by line and give the meanings of the words, the vocabulary. We shouldn't be doing that because that takes up a lot of time. So the students should be able to retrieve or to get the meaning of a particular word from the context. And they can only do that when they summarize it. So you give each paragraph to a group, the group will give a summary of that particular paragraph, and then you have 10 groups with 10 paragraphs. So it saves the time of the teacher. It also involves the learners, both in reading, because as they read the paragraph, they grasp the idea, and then of talking as they share it with their peers and with their group members, and also they develop that confidence, and Dr. Singh talked about the leader. So the leader presents the idea. So that way, instead of just reading the text line by line, we can save time, but we're also involving the students in all the skills that are important for learning. I do not know if that can help at the school level. But if you can start with it on a small way, I'm sure we will involve the learners in the lesson and also save ourselves so much energy, but at the same time also help the learners learn. I don't know if that is possible in the schools. But that is what I do at the college level when I taught. I was in the university to the students. Because we teachers need some time for ourselves, but we just, what do we call it? We just spoon feed the children. We just spoon feed. And that is, I think, not really helping them develop that critical thinking ability, that analysis-based analysis ability in them. If we throw it to the students, I'm sure they can do justice to the lesson that has been given to them. So that is my suggestion. I don't know whether it can work.
Actually, when we teach at any level for that matter, most of the teachers concentrate on teaching them knowledge, giving them knowledge, basic knowledge, where they're just able to recall and maybe recognize the facts. But what I feel we teachers, right from the school level up to the highest level, I think we have to take them to the highest level, or the understanding level first, and then the highest level, that is the reflective level where Madam was referring to. Now, once they reach the second level, that is the understanding level, they'll be able to explain, they'll be able to see the distinction between the two concepts, or between the ideas. They will be able to describe, and so on and so forth. Now, once they're able to do that, we should take them to the highest level, and that highest level is known as a reflective level, which is very important, and we neglect that level. Once when we teach inside the classroom, we do not really have have time to, use that level in our teaching, in our teaching process. But what I feel is, right from the school level, college level, and university level, we'll have to take the students gradually from the knowledge level, understanding level, and the reflective level. This is how we can create their creativity. This is how we can expand and enhance their mental faculties or mental capacities and abilities. So I feel that, when we talk about reflective level of teaching, we teachers, not all of our teachers have not been able to reach that level as yet because they need more training. We have to give them some kind of training where we can guide our students to the reflective level. Once we are able to do that, I'm sure the students will be able to, like what Madam was saying, like experiential learning is at the reflective level. But once they get that basic idea from the ground level, that is the knowledge level, I'm sure they will be able to do it. So I think we need to practice this, and this is what the LFP has emphasized and recommended, that students should be able to inculcate knowledge through creativity, through reflective thinking, through logical reasoning, and so on and so forth. So this is just,
Actually, I was struggling, and there's one more question for the problem, but we can have this one. Because
again, from experience, we all know that. Students at the university level, they come to class totally unprepared. Yes, expected to be full time. So I feel the culture of, coming to the class, with preparation, we should read beforehand. Then only I think the practice of actually having good dynamics and discussion in the classroom will really work out and can be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those highly beneficial suggestions, especially from Professor S.M. Sumo, Professor I.S.A. and Professor T.K. Harmohan, because this is the phase where every teacher has heard enough of NEP 2020, but are still struggling with implementation on how they can start, working these issues in the classroom. So your suggestions have been very helpful, ma'am, and I'm sure that all the listeners in this seminar will take back and start, working on it and not be complacent, because there's no more time for the higher education system. So we'll wind up this first session, but I just have one last question for Dr. Babu. And the question is with regards to the online education during the pandemic, where it is felt that the quality of teaching was highly unsatisfactory. And UGC has specified 40% of online education, that is MOOCs. So in what way can the quality of education be compromised?
We cannot compromise for quality education. So only we have to check about what are the issues to go for effective implementation. So that's why this NIOS, the research institution, then they have to go for frequent review of the programs. Then they can conduct some pilot projects. Then they can take the feedback from the large audience. So then they can reform the regulations. Then they can go for effective implementation of online courses. And also this is my personal experiences. So which they are taking from online courses. So for that one, then they have to show like internal separate marks, external separate marks, how we are projecting this certificate. So in the same manner, online credits also then we show separate. So when we are giving the grading, so we cannot consider that one, then it is more better. Particularly it is only for better understanding to know the different subject areas. It is elective papers. Normally it was suggested for elective papers. Elective papers, if you are taking apart from your subject, then you are learning beyond your subject. Instead of giving the mock sheet, including in the mock sheet, it is better to show separate. So then it will be more good according to for me. Why? Because in online examination, so maximum people, but because not all, So at least 20 to 30% they will try to cheat in online examinations. For example, I am writing examinations in the month of March. So my friend is writing in the month of next month. So which answer it is getting similar questions only it is getting in swine platform. So it is repeating. So to avoid that one, then they can think some of the changes and how to assess the students regarding the course and how to give certification, then how to include in the credit transfer. So there we have to sort out some more. When you are seeing it is not effectively implemented, still it is under the process. So maybe the policy makers may think in that aspect to go for implementation some of the quality for swine courses. Thank you.
Can I just add to that? Now, with regards to these examinations, online examinations, what I feel is the teachers reach the debate because we have an open book examination. It's an open book examination only. So if the teachers are trained on how to prepare questions for an open book question, for an open book answer, this I think will solve the problem. Because many times we give them questions which are directly, very direct and they can easily type it up. So I think teachers need to be trained on how to prepare these open book questions. So that, because there are certain strategies which needs to be followed when we prepare the open book questions. So I think if we give such type of questions, we will be really it will be very helpful for students to be able to really assess the students' understanding and also application of those questions. So I think that is the most important. That is the first step that we need to do. Otherwise, these online courses will be a failure for all of us. And students will not know anything from online classes, especially when you talk about training. How will you train the students? How will you train the teachers online? It's just impossible. We need to see them doing some practical, activities where we can assess, observe, and give them grades. So I think we need to be trained in that.
And I think so much it's not only already have online examination where marks were 8%.
Yes.
The moment offline the marks dropped. Number of videos also. Because the skill of writing is not there anymore.
Thank you so much, ma'am. In fact, I was just discussing with Dr. Babu. The time is running, and I want to, close down this session. But I just want to add up because we provide training to teachers, in higher education, and our training has been, going on through the online mode to date. But I think many of our teachers have attended our courses, and they have seen that with only live or the synchronous session, it is not enough at all. But the major issue is us teachers, let me tell you. We are incapable, and we have not put in effort to explore in the 2 years of the pandemic. We have to accept we cannot be in a state of denial, because had we explored during the pandemic, we could have really skilled ourselves, getting the training through the HRTCs as well as coming back to our classroom, because technology is something that you have to practice. It is like this. You cannot use it during the pandemic, put it aside, you come back, you forget. But you can ask many of our esteemed teaching participants have attended here. Using the asynchronous LMS platform that is Moodle, that has really helped the online teaching. And this is one thing that I always discuss with my teacher participants in the discussion forum in Moodle. The way of online teaching isn't because of failure of us teachers. Online teaching has been made to look like a fool. It has been made fun of during the pandemic, but who is to blame? It is none but us teachers. And we have the survey of all these teachers. 99% agree to it. It is because of our incapabilities. And if you really try to learn these technology, these software, they have ocean of features for comprehensive continuous assessment of the students. And there is no chance for a student to cheat.
if you really know how to use the features, and that is exactly what we have used. That's why many of our teacher participants could never run away from at least the MIPs that we conduct. They are being tracked every second. And how can we justify that, right? So thank you so much. And this has been a very, very fruitful first session where we could really discuss many of these things. And this is what this seminar is all about, to bring out all these, pertinent, frustrating issues that is really plaguing the higher education and how we can better them. So may I end the session, if you don't mind? Okay, so thank you so much. Now we will have a lunch break. And I hand over to the organizing.
So thank you so much for, I believe the seminar is going in the right direction. Yes, because there's so much of discourse, so much of intellectual exchange among us. So I'm very happy that we are going in the right way. So we break for lunch and we just have exactly half an hour for lunch. So by 1:30 sharp, we assemble again for the second technical session. So thank you so much. So all are welcome for lunch. Participants on the online mode, thank you so much for joining us, and you can join us again at 1:30 sharp. Thank you so much.
It also lies on to what extent we are embracing technology, because everything will be there. Madam has said you are monitoring, you are tracking the participants of your program. That itself holds the answer to the assessment and accreditation. When each and every process of your educational administration, of your academic administration becomes digitalized, you leave a footprint of your good work as well as bad work. And there is no longer any requirement of a physical visit by a peer team, by an expert team. And technology-wise, India today is far ahead than Europe. Technology means digitalization. Even Europe has fallen behind. The extent to which we have reached digitalization towards the remote areas, that is one element. We are far ahead. Where we are lagging behind is the telecommunication, the networks. But then, within 5 years, the story of network will also change drastically. Because now the emphasis is not to depend on Chinese technology, not to depend on other technologies. Rather, we are emphasizing on technologies which are core in India. Colleges will be encouraged. See, these are the keywords that I have taken out from the chapter. The colleges will be encouraged, they will be mentored, they will be supported, they will be incentivized to attain minimum benchmarks. It's no longer a quest for becoming A++. The policyholders will be happy if you are attaining the minimum benchmark. Benchmark of what? Of accreditation. Transform colleges into autonomous degree granting colleges, or remain as a college which is a constituent college of a university, not to be read as an affiliated college. The word affiliation will go out. So you might also have an option of becoming a constituent college of NEHU, or for that matter, if Anthony's or Edmonds becomes a multidisciplinary university, you might be a constituent college of theirs. Transform autonomous degree granting colleges into research intensive universities or teaching intensive universities. Now we have seen this transition. We have seen this transition in Assam already. Cotton College is no longer a college. Similarly, the way Cotton College had its own stature, if I am not mistaken, Anthony's College has also that particular stature, right? So these are not far where Anthony's might also become a university. If it happens, is somebody stopping you all from dreaming that high? You just set 2035, if not 35, 2032, if not 32. make it urgent, 2030, and devise a role, devise a path, whereby you will incorporate all those changes, embrace all those changes that are required to be recognized as a multidisciplinary university or a grant degree granting institution. So that roadmap has to be seen by law. Transform autonomous India. The emphasis, focus on goals and work. So ultimately, the goal that we are talking about is the goal of 2035. The broader goal is 50% GER, but then hidden within that broader goal, how to realize the 50% GER is your own transformation as an institution. So, you focus on your goals. Which goal will you focus if you do not have a goal? So first, set a goal. Then focus on that goal and start working for it. Contextually relevant accreditation system will be the key. Expectation for high quality of education, high quality of teaching learning across all higher education institutions will be the same. So the emphasis, when we say the emphasis will be same, there will be viewpoints which will say that, okay, Anthony is the way to the extent the resources that they have, we do not have. Identify where we are good at. Practice only those. Be far more good. And be reaching that particular level where you leave Anthony's far behind on those elements you are good at. And you sell yourself, your courses, your programs. You go for ODLs because that is a part of the NEPA. You create notes, you offer courses, you be a part of Swayam, you be in that particular revolution. Now, one debate was in the earlier session that there was a mockery of the online education system. Yes, there was. But then the online education system, as Madam has repeatedly said, both synchronization and asynchronization has to be understood, practiced, and practiced. At the same time, what happens is, it's not that we are leaving our students to take courses from notes, take courses from Swayam, and depend only on the academic bank of credit, the credit transfer from those platforms. Can we devise a model where we have our own facilitators? If we are not trusting the system, why not be facilitators? Why not handhold in the initial learning period? Because it is an institutional learning period. Everybody needs to learn. Being the students, being the teachers, being the system is also learning gradually. Hence the system is changing. So here, create facilitator positions. The existing faculties own up that particular responsibility of acting as a facilitator to the student in selecting the appropriate course. And as a facilitator, periodically you conduct certain knowledge tests, whether the outcome has been achieved or not. The way Madam was sharing about open book examination. Yes, we need to teach our teachers how to set questions. Rather, I would beg to disagree, Madam, because already our teachers are masters, our teachers are PhD holders, our teachers are having that level of wisdom, hence enjoying the package of 7th grade. Pass on the responsibility by hook or by crook, you need to learn how you set probing questions. It's very simple. You do not ask about the basics, you ask about the applications. If you are learning a theory on education, if you are learning a theory on learning, you see, how will you apply in the classroom? Ask them to write a soft essay. And I give the task of, even if it is a direct question, I give the task of providing an answer simply in 25 words. And do you get my point? So you are providing a direct question, which usually would take 2-3 pages, give the challenge of putting it in 25 words. Anyway, crucial responsibilities in addition to the teaching and research focus, higher education institutions needs to support and develop other higher education institutions. So it's high time you also consider yourself as a mentor institute of few colleges, will not necessarily be in Shillong. You adopt few colleges, have a MOU and hold them. That is what US team is doing. We have signed more than 90 MOUs with colleges across the Southern Northeast. And tomorrow I am visiting Golagam to speak on that. Community engagement and service. Make students learn from community engagement. Whatever has to be taught in class, the pedagogy, get pedagogy, ask them to discover in the field. And bring in examples. Bring in examples with a challenging question. How do you want to change it? Contribute towards various fields of practice, faculty development for higher education institution, and finally support school education. So it is your responsibility again care of schools, handhold schools. Because school, now if our universities teachers are at loss how to set probing questions, then imagine the plight of graduate teachers who are in schools. So with this, there are other aspects I'll just roll on. It's time up for me. Graduate shift towards multidisciplinarity, these are the conclusions. Increased gross enrollment ratio, enhanced presence of higher education institutions both in public and private in underserved areas, such that there is at least one HEI, which is multidisciplinary in nature, in one district of India. Each district of India. Encourage ODL and lifelong learning, gradual phasing out of single stream HEI, and finally uniform nomenclature for all HEIs. Thanks. Thank you.
So thank you, sir, for presenting institutional deconstructing and consolidation. That is also one of the crucial issues which we are facing in future, because having different programs in single and maintaining some of the standards, making equal all the teachers, it is not easy task actually. So thank you, sir, for the discussion, so we can get some of the questions on this topic. Next, we move for last session, delivering by Professor D. Kunding, sir, in School of Education, Rajasthan University. So, sir is going to deliver on optimal learning environment and support for students. Now, time is over to you, sir.
Chairperson, Dr. Babu. At the outset, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the principal, Dr. Aryan Mandel, this college, convener and co-convener, Dr. Vishnu and Dr. E. Manjo, for remembering me when I'm at a corner, people say the word in hundreds of times. In this platform, I'm really grateful to the college authority and the organizing committee. To me, I consider myself still a part of my learning process, coming to share my experiences how I look at it. Because after a long gap of around 30 years, we are getting a new national education policy. This is new to all of us, including me. It's not that a professor knows everything, but still we are uncovering day after day a new education policy given to us. And I'm thankful to the college because they make in such a way that this seminar is going to unfold the different chapters of the, when I look at the content of the seminar, I see my earlier speakers were touching upon the resource persons, touching upon our part 2, which is a high education, which is first topic was from chapter 18. The second topic was from chapter 10, if I am not mistaken. And my portion comes to part 2, chapter 12. So we are trying to unfold what this contains about. As a material, it is already there on the website and internet. But as the similar thing goes, the way forward is more important for us, to me. How to, we are given this document, how to go about it. I would like to speak slightly about the earlier policies, 68, 86. We know it very well, and it was very voluminous, and it was quite comprehensive, discussing about the content as well as we also got POA, that is Program of Action, which was easier because for implementers, we need Program of Action. My earlier speaker also mentioned that we are not given a program of action. There lies the problem for all of us. In a way, we can make it as a problem or a challenge. And how to go about it. In one way, it is good that it is not given. We can manufacture our own. Or we can manufacture or we can cook our own, this according to what our taste. Maybe Meghalaya or different from Assam, some from Manipur from Arunachal Pradesh. So they keep the scope, a lot of scope. And so much so that now how to go about it. The way forward is very challenging to us. The government of India tried its best. Earlier we have national curriculum framework given by UGC, and for the school level by NCERT, which was much easier, lighter for us. The national curriculum framework, where we have to insert our content, guidance is given. Now, till today, we have not received that kind of national curriculum framework either by the UGC or NCTE or NCERT. But one thing has come up, I think most of us may know, it is say national curriculum framework for foundational stage. It has come out. It contains 355 pages. Well comprehensive document to implement it, how to go ahead with anything at the school level. See, we have SSA, RMSA, RUSA, and finally it has been merged the three into Samudra Shiksha Abhijan. I'm just giving you the background before coming to this my point. Okay, we are given only 20 minutes. No? 25 minutes. Normally, I need a time for 1 hour. How 25 minutes? Please give me a 1 minute. I don't mind. Okay. So, I'll be speaking on the part 2, chapter 12. This is optimal learning environments and support for students. Others are afraid that no students will be available during my session. It's good that they have come back. This is your part. I will rather we may have interaction session too. It's not that I know everything from here, but luckily we have a resource person for tomorrow in advance in our midst. So we can still interact with them and take the help from them too. Let me just flip through my slide. I have some slides prepared again. I have explained this about it. I'm not going to repeat it again. And let me see one thing here, the second part. The National Education Policy must emphasize on ensuring quality education and promote lifelong learning by providing optimal learning environment and support for students by giving ample opportunity to all as reflected in the policy part 2, chapter 12. One thing I pick up from here is we know quality is very important, and then everyone goes for quality. In order to get the quality education, quality in our education system, we need to have certain mechanism, a process through which it is not one factor which is considered only a quality will come in one click. It is not so. It is depend upon certain factors which we will be discussing. And one factor is that how we can make optimal learning taking place in our college, school, college, and university. That's why here in this chapter we will be focusing on this area only. Like before, what is learning? Learning is a process. Learning refers to change occurring with respect to skill, understanding, or attitude of individual learners. Modification of behavior, we call it. My dear participants, especially student participants, what is learning? It is a kind of process where there is a modification of behavior, your outlook, skill of understanding the thing takes place in its learners. That's all learning. Before directly coming to the optimal learning. Learning involves understanding the related ideas and making connection between prior and new knowledge. We shall say learning environment. What do you mean by learning environment? The context. Let us define first what is learning, what is environment. The combination comes optimal learning environment and student support. Learning environment refers to the diverse physical location, context, and cultures in which a student learns. Students will learn in a wide variety of settings, such as outside of school locations and outdoor environment. The environment, physical environment, the social environment, okay, we can say even the emotional environment, which include what are learning environment. It is not found in the NEP, but if you look at the first paragraph of this portion, this chapter talks about effect effective learning requires a comprehensive approach that involves appropriate curriculum. I put as number 1. To have an effective learning taking place in the classroom, either in school, higher institutions, we need to have a comprehensive approach that involves appropriate curriculum. I put in number 1. I just throw my own understanding to simplify the content as curriculum at the top. If you see my diagram, teacher, student, and curriculum appropriate. They are also appropriate. What do you mean by that? Then the second, engaging pedagogy. What kind of methods is considered to be another important factor to have effective learning or effective learning should take place. Then we need to have very appropriate engaging pedagogy. Number 2. Number 3. Continuous formative assessment. Other we call it continuous comprehensive evaluation. Here we change the term continuous formative assessment, time to time evaluation, through which we can test the learning outcome. Then the third and final is adequate student support. This involves teachers' activity, teachers' role, very important. I'll be creating that kind of environment. Let me flip through my slides. I have explained this environment, optimal learning environment is a composite of natural conditions, circumstances, influence, and socio-cultural context in which learners are situated. Optimal learning environment refers to learning situation in which the social and emotional elements of learning are prioritized and understood to be the foundation of academic success and personal well-being of the learner. The importance of this learning environment, we all know, we need to have a conducive environment. Learning environment are optimized when teachers create opportunity for students engaged in people and material and to learn by doing things actively. It is important to design physical and social environment in the optimal learning that maximize instruction and support learning for all. Teachers need to create that kind of environment where you can have maximum or effective learning. I just thought I should put in the form of questions. First, what do you mean by appropriate curriculum? I don't know, I would not like to mention what you mean by curriculum or syllabus. We all know as a student of education, the whole activities academically, not academically undergo within certain period of time is called curriculum. Here the emphasis is that appropriate curriculum. In order to have our goal is optimal learning. I think that's an it's like it's not visible here. It can come down. Optimal learning is the goal of this chapter. In order to do so, appropriate curriculum. That's why I put the question form. Are we using updated curriculum? In order to get maximum learning, optimal learning to the students, our curriculum should be upgraded time to time. In university, after every 5 years, we modify and change. Are we doing so? The way forward, in order to achieve the target of NEP, the way forward is we have to look at these areas. In my context, my point here is that I'll be upgrading my curriculum, the syllabus we have in the college, and the activities you are going to conduct during the academic period, it is modified or suiting to the needs of the students and the current demand. Second, do we update or incorporate our curriculum according to the demands of the job market? Now, whereas in the old system, whether we like it or not, we keep carrying our old system. Whether in the demand, something else is demand in the market, we don't bother about it. But this day is not possible anymore. Number 3, will the student get maximum benefit after the completion of the course for their future endeavor? After completing their course, will they get those knowledge they undergo during that period will give them opportunity to go for further study or the job market. Is it appropriate and relevant for the present context? What we are doing related to our curriculum, we have to see that area. Number 5, will the present curriculum and co-curricular activities promote students and mental, emotional, and social domains? There are many possibilities there. That's why I suspect giving one extra. Whatever the activities, holistic development we talk about, we cannot keep everything in the syllabus, but we can insert those activities are going to be helpful for the students, for their mental level, emotional level, social level, in co-curricular, or we call it sometimes extra co-curricular activities. I'll go slightly faster. The second point is that the chapter talks about the pedagogy. What kind of pedagogy adopted in the classroom? This is very challenging. Many of us have discussed, and my job is become easier when Madam discussed in the morning in the first technical session. Different activities, different type of methodology, different way of taking class in the classroom. These are coming in my point here in the pedagogy part. I was so happy that half of my job is done here. If you recall those activities, I think it talks about, NEP talks about those areas. That's why I put in the question form. What type of pedagogy adopted in the classroom? Modern teaching aids available, sorry, spelling mistake there. Available, or even if available, if you are not using, it's not going to serve the purpose. That's why I put, I'll be using the modern teaching aids. I'll be engaging students in the academic activities. Here, I was tempted to speak in between during the first academic session. I control myself because I have conversation between. I'll say now. What type of method? We have a lot of new methods, collaborative learning, activities-based learning, those demonstrative method, and what kind of method which student can be participate and enhance their skills of speaking or different potentials. So one of the methods we are talking about this morning was participatory in the classroom. Participation. Participatory method of teaching in the classroom. What I did in my class recently to my MA first semester, MA first semester normally very shy, introvert in the first years. So I tried to improve, make my classroom more lively and interesting. I made them involved in my class. What did I do? We have containing this is the portion I'm going to take this session. So I know I divide. One of the topic I prepare very well and deliver whole lecture. I told them, see, this is the pyramid of learning. What is the pyramid of learning? By lecture is only 5%. Okay. Then the pyramid of learning, the last, okay, the optimal or maximum learning is going to happen when you teach others. You call it the pyramids of learning. If you go Google it, you will easily get it. So I want to do that pyramid. See, unknowingly we are doing only 5%. See, that 5% also you will listen in my classroom after reaching hostel, maybe 2-3% will left. And the next day when I ask you, you have forgotten everything. I'm not going to do that. So I changed my method of teaching. See, this is the syllabus we have. And supposing, for example, this is what are the different types of research. So I divided into group. 4 groups, very advanced. I give the outline of those and I select the leader of each group. And all the leaders should convince the group and we discuss about it and make a presentation in my next class. Means I have one class in a week. So 1 week time was given. Then they come prepared well. And what I'm going to do is, the leader will present, all the group will also not keep silent, also participate as a presenter, and the rest who are not presenting will throw question and will become prepared. So in that way, I make them present. Rather, I was so surprised to see that they did very well. And one person, by mistake, one of the research group say that through research, religion also the outcome of research. We have a lot of debate in the class. They just copy paste maybe out of context. They say research, the outcome of research is that religious is also one of the research findings. I'm happy and pleasant. It was tough time, but I enjoyed the class. They fully participate to defend the group. See, deliberately I did not participate in their argument. At the end, I asked where you get the source. Show me the source where religion becomes the outcome of the research. Sir, isa to niya, hindi mo na example. Often we use Hindi in the classroom also. So finally, I have to rectify. And the way how you copy, see the content of that context, what they have written. Okay, it can be used in the religion context also. Research can be carried out in the religion scene. No, this is not the finding. So we have such a, that way, what kind of method? In order that they get maximum learning, pedagogy depends on that. Then assessment. Our old-time method is annual. We study first semester, second semester, first year, second year, and then the whole thing is examined on the last semester or the final year. During that time, it was very tough, very difficult for the student to remember all the lessons taught from the first come to the last, and examining from beginning to the end was very difficult. Now we have semester system. It has been assessed semester-wise. And besides that, we have internal evaluation. These are new changes coming in. And that's why I'm just keeping a question form here. I'll be continuing with the old method of assessment system. If that, I think most of them are not followed anymore. Then the second is adopted. How we adopted this continuous? Here they have written formatting assessment. Before the final, summative, formative, summative we have. Summative is the end. The whole assessment we conducted at the end of the semester. Formative are, we call it sessional tests. There we can give a feedback. There I have mentioned here also, do we give feedback to students based on their performance during this formative assessment. These are the new methods proposed by NEP so that we can continue to assess the student, knowing the weakness, and then rectify before final submission so that they can improve upon and then get maximum learning or maximum achievement. And do we practice activities-based assessment? Sometimes it's not only theory. Now, earlier when we have in school system continuous comprehensive assessment, it was given not only theory but practical. Some of the comparable activities are to be considered in the continuous comprehensive evaluation. What type of assessment we are adopting? Well, we cannot judge the student capacity on through writing. It has come out if we adopted a new comprehensive evaluation system or formative assessment. That will be a good exercise. That's the most important part for me. Student support system. And at present we have at the university level a dean of student welfare. I happen to be one time. I complete my tenure with much difficulty. Dean of student welfare. And a support system for the students. For this, in order to get attaining maximum achievement or learning, we need to have not only the physical fitness, but also the infrastructure in the form of hostel, library, canteen, so on and so forth. This day, internet, Wi-Fi facilities and that are coming now. That will also help the student in getting more information relating to their academic learning. Social, emotional, financial support system is needed. I'll give you one example. Recently, a student of physically challenged was admitted into our university, not in the Department of Education, music and arts. The boy happened to be a girl boy who was blind, actually. One day, he happened to come to our church. I took him back to drop in the hostel. To my surprise, I found that he was put in the normal hostel. The normal hostel, which is on the first floor. That was not in the ground floor. I told him, how do you manage? Sir, if you drop me up to veranda, I can manage myself. Then how you can go? You go ahead. I dropped him there on the veranda. He just follow the wall, then find out the step and go to that. And slowly I was following behind him. And what's the room number? My room number is 8. He was pointing the room that he was correct. I was so surprised. Student support system for physically challenged. I think we need to emphasize on that. He has to come out from very poor background. I could see his room. I could see his clothes. From there, I can make out that he's coming from very. Then I interacted. I asked him what your parents are doing. Sir, my father is an evangelist. Actually, to get admission to this department also blind, but he got in the competition, singing competition. He took it the first prize. Through that money, I managed to pay my admission fee. That's why I'm coming here. That's my heart so much. I mean, my topic is support system of student. I think really it's true. If these people are given proper support system, they will do well in spite of so many challenges, physical challenges we have, the infrastructure, corporate infrastructure, the financial, emotional support in the form of opening counseling center, career guidance center. All this, I say, academic support, career support, help in life skill development. What are those life skill development in order to have maximum? How many minutes? Okay, let me wind up. You saw what I said. I lost into my pocket sometimes. These are the 10 life skills we need to think of in order to give maximum learning, optimal learning to our students, identified by World Health Organization. It is found on the internet also. Ideal optimal learning environment sector could be on all this slide. It is in my paper. You can go through it. Let me come to my conclusion. Basically, academic, social, and emotional growth, in addition to equity, is centered for learners for achieving high standard of learning environments optimized, where teachers create opportunities for students to engage with people and material and to learn by doing things actively. Social, emotional competencies are modeled and practiced in optimal learning environments. Students' voice is honored and perspective taking can be encouraged through optimal learning environment. It includes 3 domains I have mentioned: providing equitable, culturally responsive. It is written in my paper. Rigorous curriculum and instruction, creating emotionally, intellectually, and physical safe environment. 3. Meeting the needs of diverse learners. Ideal optimal learning environment. Follow well-being, creativity, assessment, differentiation, leadership, engagement, and self-directed learning. Develop respecting students, dignifying students, reflective practices, keeping control of emotion, non-verbal communication, praise and direction, and constant listening, giving direction, eliminate the use of threats, avoiding confrontation with students are important strategies in optimal learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now, thanks for the discussion. So all the research persons will explain nicely with the suitable examples based upon their own experiences. So now, if you have any confusions or any clarification regarding these 3 topics, so kindly introduce yourself, then you can post that question. So then, in respect to these other persons, will clarify the doubts. Now, over to you.
Good afternoon, and I say thank you to all the speakers who have provided insights. My question is actually directed to Professor Amit. There was a point when you had stated about the unemployment, the rate of unemployment in this country, not because of the So I'm just wondering that through the years, the rate of unemployment in the country has been very high. And of course, this year, 2022, I think in the month of August, it's about 7%. Where, our system of education has been churning graduates and postgraduates, and yet there has been no unemployment. So when we say that it is not because of the curriculum, I am a little apprehensive of your statement. What would be your justification? And another point also is in relation to that as well, where you said we should look for opportunities. Right? If you look at the case of electronic engineering in India, I think we have missed the vast, India, when there was India missed the opportunity, and for which you will find that many of the electronic engineers, they are jobless. And it is because of that you will find that they are actually undertaking so many other courses, so that maybe going into MBA, and then with that, they are getting their employment. So what is your sense on that?
Thank you, madam. Actually, I deliberately and purposefully made that statement so that it raises some amount of inquiry. So now, when you say curriculum is not responsible, I own by that statement because of the fact that, for the sake of creating a curriculum, who creates a curriculum? Is it the government? Is it the system? Or is it the universities? Definitely we, right now. So when we are creating a curriculum as such, why bring that curriculum to be responsible for unemployment? We have created a curriculum, but we have not created the support for the curriculum. We have created curriculum, but we have not added up the capacity of the people who will transact the curriculum. We have created curriculum without taking notice of the opportunities in the periphery of your institution, which will engage the pass-outs of the curriculum. So we have created curriculum for the sake of creating it. We have adopted curriculum for the sake of adopting it. And I stand by this particular statement of mine.
Sir, I think that's why the NEP has come into the picture today to make, correct all the flaws that has actually been, through all these past years. And I must say that in the curriculum transaction, as you were saying, or the curriculum framework, the policy makers, you will find that they're never, those who are the grassroots. So therefore, I think the inhibitions and the flaws in the system is because of that one practice. And for which I think with the new policy, definitely, I think it is going to be all.
Herein, I would like to again give another, maybe a cautionary note on the aspect that we are now trying to embrace something which is in the manufacturing sector. There is an emphasis that India needs to. There is nothing wrong in that. But then, when we are focusing on one particular area, as a manufacturing area, the way we focus on IT a few decades back, hence we are the IT leader, maybe. The way we focus on biotechnology a few decades back again. Now here, biotechnology per se or IT per se is not that capital intensive as an industry if you see. But when it comes to manufacturing and mega manufacturing, where the focus of the current dispensation is, and the capacity to take care of that particular sector, which is a prior emphasis, there has to be equal amount of investment from the stakeholders. So it's not that we, as an education provider or being in the education system, are responsible. It's rather we need to look into the providers from all around. It's not that the education system will only be responsible for creating curriculum which will be meeting the requirements of the industry. Rather, we need to be cautious enough to see whether there is a reality of having that industry in our context, that is Meghalaya. Otherwise, it is meaningless to offer that particular course or program in this particular context. Until and unless we are ready to send our brain outside. And the other reality is, as you have rightly said, electronic engineers are underemployed.
Now, electronic engineering, or I passed chemical engineering way back in 1988. Now here, for the sake of introducing a course, it's okay. But then, are we introducing a course in such a way that the laboratory is up to that standard which is required by the industry? The answer is no. Our laboratory system, as required by the discipline called electronics, does not have a quality VLSI lab, which is basic engineering. So there are certain flaws. There are certain flaws which we, as a stakeholder of this particular micro system, I will call this as a micro system in the hostel of education. So micro system is in our college or USTM or Navy. So within our system, are we aware about that? What we are embracing, what we are introducing, we need to take care of that. Yes.
So I have one more thing with that. If you look at the West, and if you look at us in the Eastern part, you will find that in the Western countries, you are in your schooling. But because you are skilled, you are absorbed into it. So I think that is the emphasis, the focus of the LP 2020. Where with the skill and our education system to prepare them for those skills so that they can fend themselves. Not everybody can go into higher education.
Well, I'd just like to share one invitation I had today morning from AIMS, Guwahati. There's AIMS coming up from Guwahati, and they have launched a program for interaction. And they have invited not only doctors or biotechnologists or biochemists, but they have invited students from our university who belongs to English, social science, sociology, just to have a dialogue, to see where the context can be taken up to a next level. Means how the understanding of medical science can be provided to others, such that insight is developed in a mechanical engineering of the necessity of the medical science. Now, at present, we are not providing that exposure, and NEP wants that.
Just one more chairperson on that. Sir, you were saying about digitization of assessment, right? When you said, you don't have to be physically present, right, to assess, but you can, virtually. Now, but how do you think about the question of efficacy or capacity is, because especially looking at India, even for the courses, they issue broad certificates. They do not even have an institution, there is no infrastructure, nothing, but yet issue. So how will the quality and the authenticity of such institutions not be jeopardized in this case?
There are plenty of directions from which you can look into the problem. Technology, no doubt, brings benefit, but then there are certain loopholes also. And only the expert cheaters will explore those loopholes. But then when we are creating a technology system, just for example, are you not considering the graduates and the postgraduates who have qualified NET? Who is conducting it? Is it UGC or NET? It's National Testing Agency, right? So they are technology-based agency which have embraced technology, and throughout the country they have set up infrastructure to conduct such type of examination. Now, their testing system also has a flaw with the recent identification of 800 something scamsters in NEET examination. And for a brief period of time, few providers were blacklisted also. So these things are bound to happen. But then the solutions of these things are also there. There is a network security issue. Now, whether we are prepared from that end. See, NEP has emphasized on maintaining the institution. Suppose Synod College, as a USTM, I am not talking about Synod College, as a USTM, we are not ready to embrace entrepreneurship resource planning package. We are not ready to embrace the university management system. Now, these are technologies available whereby our academic administration, our learning administration, our educational administration, that thing can be digitized. But we are not ready. Why? Because the cost is high. Then it requires certain amount of exercise. So we are not ready for this at this hour. But eventually, within this window of 15 odd years, things are happening and it is bound to happen. And that is the purpose.
I heard that you have prepared the student structure also for the program.
Yes, yes, program.
Yeah. I would like to know what are the different subjects you are offering at the degree level.
At present,
In the implementation of the new curriculum structure.
it will be better if I can just give you the template, the table. We will show you the table we have. Yeah.
Because there is one component there where
Yeah, internship, there was an issue with our English department. They were wondering where to send our students for internship. Now, we were probing the other way. So I say that are your students not interested in dramatics? They are learning about drama, right? How about a student going to a drama company, a theatre company, learning the script writing, learning the actual script writing process? Now, that can be an internship for a MA English or a BA English. You go to the field where the language is put to practice. You are learning about drama, you are learning about poetry, you are learning about many things. Now, how is it applied on the field?
Yes, I understand that point. But my concern is with regards to the number of students that we have at the college level, especially at the undergraduate level. Because we have more than 40,000 in the undergraduate.
Madam, please do not limit your understanding to only internship.
No, I was saying, I
there are
know,
four
but
components.
I know that, but then I just want your opinion with regards to this. You know, especially in Meghalaya, we have very few business and also corporations that students can go to. See, we have experts in various fields also, but how do we authenticate the certificates that the students are going to receive from them? I would like to get an opinion from you. And this will really help us as well, because we are also in the process of preparing the curriculum structure for our students. So we have to see the practicability of this particular structure. The element of internship is really disturbing many of the
Actually,
yeah.
it's like this. Apprenticeship, laboratory course, internship, and field visit. So here, the external certification is not required, to my understanding. Because when you are carrying forward an apprenticeship, see now, certain professional courses like BBA, MBA, MSW, they are already practicing it. And for the sake of ascertaining the verifiability, whether he or she has really done it, we got the certificate. And that does not amount to us giving a credit on it. But then, on the basis of that apprenticeship, they are required to write a dissertation. They are required to present a viva. So that is equated in the terms of credit.
Okay, let's say, for example, for us, like at the UG level, in the first 2 semesters, we have, after the second semester, we have internship programs. Okay, if students want to exit at this point, they need to complete 40 credits along with 6 credits of internship. Now, this 6 credits of internship will be a problem for us. So, we are trying to find a solution on how we can accommodate these students with regards to internship programs. And that is one suggestion that we have given us. So because why, when they exit, they don't need the certificate. Suppose they want to go for a job, okay?
they need some kind of certificate where it will show that they have, that skill, which is required for that particular job. So this skill will be, on the basis of the internship program.
Yes, I get your point, madam. That is to be had under the vocational part, under the skill component. Yeah, under the skill component. And what is preferable is you get your college or institution associated with a sectoral skill council, whereby within your college you have a assessment board. If the sectoral skill council is not available to test a skill of that particular trade that they are pursuing, and that particular trade might be a trade that you have initiated as a program in that college. So what you need to do is you need to have I've forgotten the whole name, but it's assessment board that is set up, taking skill and vocational assessment board. I'll just share the PowerPoint later on if you give me your email. Yeah, anyway. So this board, the NEP says that you can constitute a board where the skill certification is not available from SSCs, sectoral skill councils. So what is the process? The process is you have the principal, if it is a college, you have the principal as the chairman of the board. You have certain expert teachers in that particular board, and also you invite external business houses or external whatever agencies you might find in your periphery. You invite them. Now, suppose for a degree college or for a college like Synod College, where you have humanities, where you have commerce of science and science. So, skilling now. One of the popular skilling among our college-going children, my wife is also a college teacher in Guwahati. So they have introduced a program of beautician course, and that is a paid course which the students are taking, and they are getting benefited out of it. Now, who is certifying that course? This is the college themselves. Okay, but how the college is certifying? The college is certifying by having a certification board. So there is a system. If you go into that vocational sector in NEP, you will get through that certification.
I just want to see your structure to us. At least this is a pride that we can share, Okay, thank you. If you can share this with us, we will have fun. Okay. Are you giving this slide?
Okay, share with you the courses.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so now we will start the third session. And this third session, we will be having three presentations. Two of them will be offline and one will be done online. So the chairperson for this particular session, session 3, will be Professor D. Logan, who's already given us a very insightful talk earlier in session 2. So I would like to call Brother Solomon Morris, as he comes. So, Brother Solomon Morris. Just a brief about Brother Solomon Morris. Of course, this is a very brief introduction about this. Brother Solomon is the principal of St. Edmund's School. He has been in the education ministry for around 35 years. And he's taught at different schools from boards including the ICSE, CBSE, NIOS, and many other state boards like including MBOS. I for one, I'm an alumni from St. Edmund's School, so it's wonderful to actually see principal from my former institution come to present a paper here. At the same time, we have Dr. Kodavisa Kharbuli, the introduction has already been given. And at the same time, we have Professor Kwimimon Longwe, who is professor in the education department in and she specializes in teacher education and educational systems. She's been teaching for more than 30 years, education experience for more than 30 years. And at the same time, she has a number of research projects under her name, funded by various institutions such as the NICT, New Delhi Ministry of Human Resource Development, New Delhi along with the Education Department, at the same time, she supervised a number of PhD scholars, and at the same time, she's also a part of a number of organizations, both local and national. And she also has a number of publications and conference presentations to her name. So we are very happy to have her with us as well, even though she is with us online. And before we start, I would request the students to please felicitate Brother Solomon Morris. I now hand over the time to the chairperson, Professor T.
Thank you. Afternoon, deputies, participants. This is our last technical session for the day. As normally, wherever I chair, that principle I'm going to follow it today. I request our respected resource persons also to support me and cooperate with me so that we can smoothly conduct the last technical session. Number 1, I maintain the time. Number 2, I give a warning. And finally, if there's any query, we will take up like we do in the end of the presentations. So, without much wasting the time, the first resource person will be presenting a topic on curriculum and pedagogy in schools. This is from the school section, that is part 1. Chapter 4. Then will be followed by Dr. Q. Kharbuli. That is he will be presenting from part 2, chapter 13, motivated, energized, and capable faculty. And the third one is Dr. Professor Synod. She will be presenting for part 2, chapter 15, that is teacher education. So to begin with, the first I call upon the Brother Solomon Morris, Principal St. Anna's School, Shillong, to take his session, his curriculum and the pedagogy in schools. We have 30 minutes.
I'll try and keep it short. I'll make it less than 20 minutes. Okay. So when I walked into the hall, I saw the atmosphere was very serious. Very serious. So I was afraid to walk, making noise. And then I also heard that education is a business. So we're going to talk about the serious business today. Education is a serious business. So one of the limits I'm going to limit myself to schools. So rather than if I'm going to talk only about schools, that is my field, so I'm going to talk only about that. So let's start with this. So, you know, the amount I read, heard about this NEP, it's coming out of my ears, and I'm saturated actually. So I said, how do I, make it personal? So when I speak about schools, I'm not only talking about St. Agnes. I'm talking about schools right across. Rural schools, city schools, urban schools, semi-urban, all that. So let's move. So any country, if you want any country to be progressive, you'll see that education plays a major part. So the economy of the country depends on education. So that's a connection. Any country that you see. Your economy is as good as your education. Your education is as good as your economy, right? There's a connection there. Then, if you look at our Indian scenario, okay, if you want the education system, future of the education system to be driven, you are looking at your median age of the Indian population is 29 years. So we have young people. And these young ones, if they have an excellent education system, they will drive the country forward. And against this background, I think the NEP has come. Okay, against this background. So there it is. So just look at that, economy and our education system. So if you want to progress as a country, move ahead, then we need to tap into our young people and give them a robust education system. And here it is. So the 5 major recommendations to transform school education and confining myself to school. Okay. So one is PCCE. I'm just giving the elements. I'm not going to talk about it because you know it. Restructuring the format. You know that. Major shift from memory based to cognitive thinking, including analytical approach. You know that. Holistic and life skills-based education. It sounds excellent. In reality, it's not so. Okay? Because I know I'm in the field. Right? Infusing Indian values and ethos and use of mother tongue. So these are the 5 major recommendations. And if we get this correct, then we will align our Indian education at par with the international standards. Because when we talk about education, we always look at Finland and Norway and Sweden and all these Scandinavian countries that are doing so well. You know, Finland has been ranking #1 in the world in the PISA rankings and all that, and we are way behind. So if we want to reach the standard, then we need to make this shift. So now, you know this, so I'm not going to waste my time with this. You know this well. Let's go to this. So I'm going to talk about this. So basically, what are the challenges? So I'm looking at my own school, let's say, St. Edmund's School. How are we going to implement NEP 2020? Am I ready? Are the schools in regular ready? I mean, we have about 16 schools, the brothers and sisters schools. We are also looking at how we're going to implement NEP. Interestingly, ICSC, CISC, they have come up with a plan on how to go forward. So I printed this out and I made a booklet of it so that it looks very colorful rather than black and white. And action plans are given over here. One page, I'll just tell you what it is. Actionable by the school, actionable by the CISC, that's a council, ICSC council. And they give you clear recommendations what to do. Instead, they basically give you steps how to, go forward with the education system in inculcating the NEP policy. So I thought this is a wonderful booklet, and hopefully we will be able to implement some part of this. But the challenges and issues are massive, absolutely massive. So I'm going to focus on the challenges and the issues. So these are some of these points are personal, my own outputs, let's say. So let's take this forward. So what are the challenges I am looking at, and we, or the schools, are looking at? Okay, so let's go. First of all, the resistance from some states to implement this NEP, because education comes under the concurrent list. So some states might say, it's okay, we don't have to implement this. That's the first one. So, oh my God, I'm going too fast. Okay. Multiplicity of boards and varying standards. You have CPSE, ICSE, SSC, MBOs, different boards. How are we going to make it one? And different standards. Okay, that's another big challenge. Formulation of revised curriculum and pedagogy. It's a huge challenge. Now, I was looking at it, I was reading it, my God, I burned my midnight oil to try and understand this. Restructuring school curriculum, holistic development of learners, reduced curriculum content, experiential learning. This is not happening in our schools, let me tell you. It's all rote learning. I know, even though I'm coming from St. Edmunds. Most of the kids have never been to a laboratory. I'm saying that. So experiential learning, I don't know. Empower students to flexibility in course choices. How many courses do we have? ICSE has to set 32 different subjects. None of our schools in regular ICSE schools are going beyond their 6 subjects. We managed to get something done at Edmunds. We have fashion design, cookery, and subject matter multimedia, hospitality management. But why are the schools not doing it? Because it's a challenge to get the timetables going, to get your teachers coming in, extra train on finances, then the whole infrastructure. How many rooms do you have vacant if you want to run these courses? It's a huge challenge. I mean, do we have enough rooms? Do the schools have enough rooms? Forget about the playgrounds. Okay. Then curriculum integration and essential subjects, skills, and capacities. These are all the elements. Okay. So you know this. So I'm going to go back to the challenge. 1.5 million schools we have, and around 250 million students with similar backgrounds. How are we going to bring them all together? Let's come to Meghalaya. Look at the diversity in Meghalaya itself. Right? Then changing the mindset of 10 million school teachers. Our school teachers. Can we get them in the comfort zone? If I ask a teacher, you're from humanities, right? So next year I'm going to give you history. No, I've never lost history in my life. I'm an English teacher. There's a big challenge. Okay? Then, lack of level of accreditation at school level. Different schools have different levels. Is it a standard for us? Can we have a standard to make sure all the children are at the same level, with the same capacity? Okay, that's a challenge. And because our schools are not being accredited, there's no auditing done, all the schools are in different levels. Why is it that admissions, parents are clamoring for admission only to one school? Why can't they raise the standard of all other schools so that parents have a choice to go to any school they want? Right? These are questions. Huge changes in the infrastructure of the schools. We might need to have ramps and extra rooms, bigger spaces where children can learn, laboratories. Existing schools, how are they going to expand? I'm looking at our own school. Engaging various people with varied abilities and skills. Like we're talking about vocational studies in classes 6 to 8. So if you want to get people from pottery department to come, or let's say bamboo culture, the cane manufacturing, whatever it is, we have to get all these people into the schools. If you want to really get children to function, if you want to tap into different gifts. As I say, all kids are not streamlined to the same course. Children have abilities. So, engaging various people, can you get people from different villages to come? How are you going to bring them over? How long are they staying? These are practical things. Like there is a pottery, I believe in Jaipur Hills, black pottery. Like I was talking to some of this lady, these people. Now to get those people to come, what is involved? This is just a small tip of the item. Migration of teachers, teachers with different language abilities. If you want to get them to come to your state, is it possible? Where do they stay? How do you invite them? Okay. Just and then funds to make these teachers. I mentioned that. Training of teachers, massive job. How many of the teachers are really trained? We have the peer colleges and all that. Okay. Pardon me for saying this. I hope nobody is here from the peer department. I'll be shocked if I say something like maybe it's going to criticize or something. But I'm just saying, why am I saying that? I recruit teachers for teaching. Most of these teachers don't last. After 1 month, they want to leave attendance. Because the complaint is that they ask me 2 questions. Children ask me 2 questions. And also, the teachers are not really equipped to deal with physical issues, behavioral issues, emotional issues, psychological issues. Most of our peer teachers, trainers, they've never been in a classroom. In laws. They just got the degrees from the college, universities, MA, MA, whatever, they have a lecture, but they've never been into a classroom where they can actually see the situation. So I feel we need to look at that. I'm just saying, are the teachers, so why is it if the kids are coming, if the teachers are coming with outstanding teacher grades, first class first, or whatever in BA, how is it that they're not able to manage the children in the classroom? Let's ask you the question. So we need to look at that. These are the challenges. Again, quality and selection of quality teachers. And Finland, if I'm not mistaken, out of 100, I think it's 100, could be 1,000 also. 108 are chosen. 8 are recruited out of 100. It's so strict, the screening is so professional. And every single teacher in Finland is a master's. So, thought. Common textbooks. So, here's a big challenge. Common textbooks. It means what? Your publishers will go out of business. All these publishers are coming with Cambridge, this. All different books, same content. Maybe a picture might be different, color pages or something like that. Can we have common textbooks? If you could have common textbooks, who's going to feed these sharks who are looking for money? Publishers make money. Most of the publishers will tell you, come, I'll host you in some ITC hotel or something and give you a free card to this person, provided you take products. So we need to look at that. Human resources of foreign languages. Let's say if a child opts to, according to NEP, you have Russian and Japanese and Korean language, there is the Spanish is there. All these languages, if you can introduce it, the child says, I want to do this, I want to do that. Do we have the resources in Meghalaya? I'm just talking about Meghalaya. I know we have Spanish we introduced Spanish in Synod. There are 3 batches, the 3rd batch is doing Spanish. Fortunately, I got this gentleman who's a Spaniard, he's a native speaker. So, we are lucky. But suppose a child wants to learn French, we will like a French teacher from. Right? So we have to look ahead to make sure people are learning these languages so that we can, introduce this in the schools. Challenge. It's a challenge. Skilled vocational teachers and regional vocational trades. Don Bosco is on a vocational technical section. That's the only institute I can think of. Maybe there are a few more. But can we get more people? How do we address this issue? If children want to do vocational courses. Like for example, robotics and all that, STEM, artificial intelligence. Do we have resources here? If you are going to get people from outside, again it's a training. on your resources in attendance. These are the big challenges that I'm looking at. Plus, we need rooms. I'm going to start robotics next year. I need to look for a room. I don't have a room. Where do I put them? Okay. And then we have this NEP, okay? Greater community engagement. We need to start involving the local artisans and people. If you want to seriously implement NEP, you have to engage these people. So, do we have the resources? That's a big challenge. We have to go to them to call them, right? These are just some of the brainstorming. Total revamp of the existing teacher education concept, I mentioned that. So, let's go to the next one. Developing quality standardized tests. All our tests, are they really quality stuff, which matches with the international standards? I will give an example for you. You know, I give a mental maths quiz test to children in class 7. And it was a class 6 paper, which I got from the net. Excellent. Only 3 guys managed to pass. Then I was appalled. I said, my God, look at the standard of our teaching or mathematics. Okay? So, that's one. Now, this is one thing that I found missing, and I put it in red. Nowhere in the NEP is it mentioned about empathy education. You have a class full of learners who have serious issues apart from intellectual issues. You have children coming from dysfunctional homes, disrupted families, orphans, severe psychological issues, and it manifests itself in behavioral, it comes out. And suddenly the teacher realizes that this guy got a serious problem. Are our teachers equipped to deal with these children? Like, so much of emphasis in the education NEP is all about learning this and teaching and all that. Where is the heart component? Ultimately, the teacher has to teach with the heart. And they say, it's not the child, it's not the subject to teach, it's the child to teach. It's not the subject matter. Now, where is that? Are our BEd colleges training our teachers to develop empathy for our children? And how do you handle it? Is it child-centered or teacher-centric? Teacher-centric means you listen to what I have to say, that's it. Child-centric would be, yes, what happened? Why are you not learning? Can I meet you after school? Let's do something. That's child-centric. Are we trained? Are we training our teachers? Because the more you see the culture now, the technology, and how our children are getting swamped with Instagram, WhatsApp, pornography, just name it. There are so many issues in the classroom. Kids are totally at a different zone. They're at a totally different zone. Most of the guys don't sleep before 2 o'clock. They're all on chats. And our teachers are busy teaching. Because they're yawning right in front of you. Because they haven't slept. Do we address those issues or we go on with the subject? The child is important. Okay? So teachers will skills to meet the children. 50 ways to deal. I have a book with me which calls, it's titled 50 ways to deal with disruptive behaviors. 50 ways. There's a song by Paul Simon. 50 ways to deal with another. So we have to learn about this idea from there. Okay. So when this child matters, not the subject. And then you have the issue of diverse learners. We have so many kids with hidden disabilities. Do we have special educators in our school? And do we look after them, children with disabilities? In the NEP, a very small section is given there regarding the children with disabilities. And if you look at, on an average, I think 7 to 8 children are autistic who put in a spectrum, autistic spectrum in a class. You see it. And now, with this bombardment of technology and these distractions, our children are getting paranoid and able to all sorts of things they don't want to cope with. So that's another thing that is done. That's it. Thank you. Okay. I think I put more problems than challenges. Okay, but problems can be looked as challenges. I'm just preparing myself actually. I'm not putting any aspersions at anybody. I'm just looking at it. For me, the task is colossal. It's huge. But I suppose we have to just take it on. That's all. Okay. Thank you very much, people. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for presenting the core issues. And I think we will discuss later at the end. And if there is something having some query and clarification, and thank you for maintaining the time also. Now, without wasting time, I call upon Dr. Q. Kharpuri, Madam, to present on motivated, energized, and capable faculty.
Thank you very much, Professor Bindi. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to the principal of Synod College, the organizers, the convener, Dr. Lisuo, the co-convener, Dr. Edward Bijal, for giving me this opportunity to share our experiences on how to tackle the challenges of NEP 2020, which is in front of us, especially for the higher education. And it is because of you that I'm so thankful that at least I can come up with one paper. So the center of attention of this presentation is motivated, energized, and capable faculty in higher education. And I would like to stress on the impact of faculty development training programs through human resource development centers, that is HRDCs. Now, under clause 13 of NEP 2020, it clearly highlights the recommendations and the initiatives for motivating, energizing, and making our teachers capable through a number of initiatives. The clause 13 promises an ambiance within campuses for our teachers that would be highly attractive and ensure that our teachers spend more time in the campus. It also promises of access in order to ensure efficacy of the teaching learning environment. And when it comes to the duties, it promises of providing the teachers with a balanced and pleasant role of the responsibilities within the classroom, within the institution, and also beyond that. And along with this comes the opportunities for the teachers to be innovative and fulfill the visions of NEP 2020. We teachers are given the opportunity of having the freedom which we never had before. The freedom to design our curriculum and to choose a pedagogical approach that we are which probably will make us feel convenient in communicating and interacting with our students. And along with this, if we prove to be effective, then there is a promise of being given rewards, promotions, recognition, and also institutional leadership. So there will be a fast-track promotion system for the teachers, and teachers will be encouraged to attend trainings. So let us have a look at the previous National Policy on Education 1986, which was there for the past over three decades. Was it very deficient, inadequate in providing opportunities to our teachers? Because this is what is pointed out in NEP 2020. With the efforts that have been put in by the government, yet the desired results are still very low as far as motivating, energizing, and making our teachers capable. So looking at the recruitment, equitable representation, the National Policy on Education 1986 did address all these issues, and even for the career progression in the form of professional development opportunities. So I will stick more to the training opportunities of teachers, because this is justified for this particular paper, since I am a trainer for teachers of higher education for the past decade. And through these experiences, it gives me an opportunity to share the loopholes, the shortcomings, and how we can find solutions to improve our quality of education through the most important component of higher education, that is the teachers. Are we the primary contributors who would be very responsible to the quality of colleges and universities? This is the question in front of us. And the NEP 1986 realized the importance of training for teachers. So that's why in 1987, it has come up with schemes that allows teachers, right from the new entry teachers, the in-service teachers, to be trained continuously in improving their proficiency in the classroom. Now, if you look at the debate on the requirement of training for teachers, if you look at the literature, this is in existence right from the 30s and 40s. But there has been a number of debates whether the degree in masters is enough an attribute for competency and expertise in managing the classroom and higher education. So a number of research studies that have been carried out in the 50s brought up a number of centers across the United States of America, in Europe, Australia, that provides effective training programs to the teachers. And from 1980s onward, there has been a massive increase in such centers all over the country, for which India also took this lead in starting the academic staff colleges in 1987. Again, we are talking about the opportunities that are given to the college teachers and the university teachers in the previous education policy. So much is there in front of the teachers, ranging from projects and research, faculty development program, which provides a teacher of higher education to continue with a higher level of degree, that is the MPhil and PhD. It provides opportunity for teachers to organize conferences, seminars, workshops. It even provides teachers with opportunity, after having completed the PhD, can further his or her studies through research award. And lately, in 2015, the introduction of the e-content development to the SWI MOOCs. So the government's initiative for our higher education teachers is rich. Again, if you look at the 28 digital initiatives of the Government of India in higher education, freely available for the teachers to utilize in making themselves capable, proficient in their profession, be it free sources for online teaching and learning, for research through the digital library, free open software of different kinds. What has the Government of India not done for the teachers of higher education? But yet, in NEP 2020, they pointed out that the desired results are still very much low. So there is a very big question here, why? If there is an ocean of information for the teachers in higher education, why would teachers then be training? Because these are freely available. So, set on this, I have prepared a very small survey, and first and foremost, let me confess, I am not from the field of education, but by default, I am in the center where we impart training. So, this paper presentation will not be up to the match of the discipline of education, and since we have our eminent educationists here, so please try to look at this paper and how I can better it so that we can come up with some policy solutions for the Northeast specifically. So now, apart from that, this morning Dr. Nath had spoken about plagiarism. Again, teachers can make the best use of the content for our students from the open educational resources, which will not have any issues of copyright or plagiarism, because these are generously put on the World Wide Web for people or learners who wishes to learn, and you can modify them, you can use, reuse, do anything with them. So these are the sources present there for you. And then we have the Creative Commons license fee that allows us to provide content to our teachers as well as to our students free. So this is our center, that is the UGC Human Resource Development Center, Northeastern Hill University, which provides training to the teachers of a catchment area that is very high. But we are privileged to extend our services to the teachers of the Northeast and also to the teachers of the rest of the country. In Northeast, we have 4 such training centers, but yet teachers of the Northeast flocks to them. And for this, we are thankful to the management, to the resource persons who have given their 100% in keeping the name of Lehu HRTC at 3rd position out of the 66 HRTCs in the entire country. Now, so as I've told you that, in the 21st century, there is an explosion of information. But a question comes up: do faculty of higher education institutions require training for enhancing the quality of teaching? And I've just come up with a very simple hypothesis, a researcher's hypothesis, that is, specifically designed training programs is required. Why? Because it reinforces skills that gives impetus to quality teaching. So now, I will concentrate on the programs that I have coordinated. Of course, I have coordinated programs since the year 2009, but from 2009 to 2012, we tried to understand the environment of training. So, Understanding the environment of training, we create these small questionnaires for our teacher participants. And from there, we try to get an air of what would be the deficiencies in our teachers and how we can solve their problems and build up the skills to make them capable. And at the end of the training programs, whether we can motivate them and energize them so that when they go back to their institutions, they transfer this training and imbibes this energy to the students. This is the motto of HRDC level. So we usually coordinate these orientation programs which are very rigorous. 28 working days, your teachers will have to spend with us for 6 hours a day. So if you calculate the number of hours that they spend, it comes to 144 contact hours. You can well imagine, and now in an online mode, sitting in front of your machine for 6 hours. And apart from that, they are given rigorous activities, assignments, hands-on to be done. Why? Because HRBC level thirst for an object-based learning. We want to ensure that our teachers coming to our factories must have a high output so that they can transfer it to the students. Of course, the topics have been set by the UGC, so it ranges from the teaching techniques, research designs, ICT, administrative procedures, personality development, career path, and discussion on pertinent issues. And teacher participants are evaluated. Imagine, in just 4 weeks, your teachers will have to work so hard to prepare a seminar presentation, to prepare a research proposal, to teach for 5 minutes, video recorded and assessed by our very own Professor S.M. Sumo, who have done such a great job for HRDC level. And yes, there is a learning outcome because we get phone calls from our participants telling us that, man, micro-teaching has helped us, and now I am principal, now I am holding a post, now I am the IQAC chair. Then we also have Professor Nongri, who will be presenting next, who wants to see the refinement in teachers on how we develop their curriculum. So we also provide activity in curriculum development, a presentation of 5 minutes each. And at the end, like you students, our teachers are also tested through the MCQs. And it is here that we coordinators, we enjoy to see the behavior of your teachers behaving worse than the students. They would run to us 24/7. Ma'am, how do we do this? How do we do that? Ma'am, we're scared. How do we prepare this? So I put one question in front of them. Do you listen to your students when they come to you? Do you have time for your students when they come to you? And this is what Brother Solomon said, that human touch. Can we teachers create that human bond with our students, which is very, very important, especially during the online mode. So the other activities which are given to the teachers are on interpersonal skills, the team building, the time management, ICT related activities. So just imagine so much of work to be done. But is there a positive outcome? Yes. Because they are scrubbed with a stone, with a pubic stone, to ensure that there is a refinement in every aspect of their roles, duties, and activities in their teaching ecosystem. So now, the population of this very, very small and minute study, just to understand that before they come for training, are our teachers capable? So the population of the study are the assistant professors, because these are the new entry teachers who come for the orientation programs of the traditional colleges and universities of the country. And for the sample of the study, I am concentrating only on the assistant professors of Northeast India because this is the highest number of representation in our HRDCs. So we have around 505 respondents for this particular questionnaire, and the year is from 2013 to 2019. Let me correct myself, it is not a questionnaire, it is just a simple questions that try to find out whether teachers have been engaging themselves or not, along with the teaching and learning. And it involves the simplest and most commonest measure of their capability, and in this, we're talking about the research engagement. So we have just three commonest, easiest measures. Whether the teachers are publishing papers, whether they are publishing books, and whether they are involving themselves in project. So here you can see that it is a very sad story for the Northeast. For paper publication, only 38, and a huge percentage of 62 is not publishing paper. Book as much as 90.5%. And project 96.3%. So we have to find out why. So we move further to just look at those immediate factors that the teachers have, whether they can influence a teacher to publish a paper at least. Forget the book and the project. So this is the characteristic of the respondents: male and female equal representation. Category, because I told you that I do mostly the Northeast, so we have as many as 65 representations of STEM teachers. So this is a good news when we talk about equity, inclusive, and then majority of the teachers, they have only postgraduate as their highest degree earned. That is as many as 65%, very few PhDs and MPhils. Majority are teachers from the colleges, 87%. Yes, the institution is fortunate to be under the 2F12P, so there is no dearth of funding of getting the required resources to pursue research. And again, we have highest representation for Meghalaya and Assam, and few from Arunachal and Nagaland and Tripura. We have from Manipur, Sikkim and Mizoram, but they were too few, so I did not put them in this particular study. And highest teachers come from the School of Social Sciences, teaching undergraduates. If you look at the years, age in years, so actually this is a training for new entry teachers. And we are supposed to have teachers with teaching experience below 6 years. But look at the age range from 23 to 54, and the teaching range from few months to 27 years. Why? We have as many as 6 lakhs teachers in the country, but there are only 66 HRDCs to train them. So there is indeed an inadequate number of training centers in the country to fulfill these 4 lakhs new entry teachers.
5 needs more.
Then, so years of teaching experience also it's very low. For those with PhD, just below 1%. And self-reported at least one above that, 1.5%. So to understand whether these variables that I put before you, whether they are good predictors of being associated with research engagement or not. So we look for an association by doing the bivariate analysis, but before that, we wanted to check whether the assumption of expected frequency is met or not. And yes, for these chosen variable, it did meet. And look at the Cramer's B. You can, okay, before that, you can look at the B value, you can see that it is significant. That means these variables are highly associated with whether a teacher would have a paper publication, a book publication, and a project. But if you compare these variables, you will see that the highest degree earned is the most important variable of whether it can influence the teacher to publish or not. So we will see what is that degree that is a requirement for teachers. And then next we see even state, the category to which they belong. That also can influence, can have an influence of teachers whether they will publish or not. And the base factor is a very, very strong tool in measuring whether you can accept the researcher's hypothesis or not. So for anything above 10, it is acceptable. So for gender, for teaching program and gender, we have 6 and 3. So there is a substantial evidence that yes, we can accept the researcher's hypothesis that training is required, and also that these are the influential variables. Odds ratio is another very important effect size testing mechanism. So I will not go into every detail, but I'll just point out. Look at PhD. If you have only postgraduate as your highest degree earned, then the chances of a teacher publishing is 33 times lower to those having PhD. So PhD is a major requirement for the teachers to make them capable. Look at the states. The state of Tripura is having higher publication than the rest of the states, followed by Assam, but very sad for the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, and Assam. Very, very low research engagement in comparison to Tripura and Assam. Then we look at tribes. Scheduled tribes are again showed a very, very low representation of having research engagement in comparison to the other backward classes, general and scheduled castes. And in the Northeast, it is the other backward classes that are topping as far as research engagement is concerned. The rest I will not speak, because these are the things that I wanted to focus more. Okay, the book publication and project. There's pointless to talk about it because you have seen 90% above are not having them. So then we wanted to study more than 2 variables, so we went for a log linear analysis, and here up to 3 variables I could put into study. So here you can see paper publication, gender and teaching program, and the other one is paper publication, gender and developability. So here we can see that paper publication is dependent on gender as well as teaching program. It is dependent on gender as well as degree, but I could not add more because of the sample size. But I hope I can motivate you to do such studies, with a higher sample size, so that you can add one factor after another to see what would be, important in their research engagement. Okay. Now, coming to logistic regression. Now here, why did I use this? Because I wanted to test the continuous variable. We are having a categorical outcome. Yes or no? So, continuous variable, I had age and teaching experience, and we saw that these also are good predictors in predicting whether the teachers are publishing or not. And here you can see that it is below, you can see the odds ratio, 0.96, 0.97, it is below 0, so it is shown a negative relationship. And look at the B value, it falls between the confidence interval, so that means this data is a good fit of a model, and it can be taken as being genuine for a population. That means for the entire assistant professor population.
Madam, you can conclude.
Yes, I'll just conclude now, sir. So, this is what I wanted to see. So, when I said that, I just want to again just give this one important point. So, here, if you compare gender, we see that there is a negative relationship because female will publish with more years of teaching experience as well as age, but sad for the male, it is just the reverse. They will publish in the initial years, but with age and rich teaching experience, the publication, the research engagement comes down. So I will not take more time, but the only thing is that I want to say is that is training really required? And we do have a feedback mechanism where we provide our participants, and we can see that their response on the 10 parameters are above 80. And look at the last research, whether they are happy or not with the conduct of HRTC level. So all these parameters shows that yes, it has really benefited them. So it does support the hypothesis that specifically designed trainings is a requirement for a teacher to improve the quality of teaching. So in conclusion, I just have these action plans. Number one, us. We need to put in efforts to understand our environment of teacher participants of what is the needs so that we can design special programs for them in order to fit for the needs. Most important is the institutional leaders. They have to understand what is the environment in their institution as of now, so that they can address all these issues before the implementation of the NP 2020. The affiliating university is very important. It has to ensure to give access to all the teachers of the affiliated colleges to complete their PhD. It cannot bar them. This is a very, very important recommendation. If there has to be a progress in our institutions in the Northeast, financing agencies such as the University Grants Commission, the governments, the state governments, they have to provide the financial support to the colleges in allowing these teachers to complete their PhD. Because there was a faculty development scheme for them, but I just came to know from my teacher participants that it is no longer there. So they have to again, bring the scheme back. And finally, faculty should be encouraged to go for training continuously, and faculty also need to have a mindset and actually to move forward so that we can sustain your institution in the years to come. Because the last point in clause 13 is that if teachers do not perform, then there is liability for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So much of content, and we have longer time because I have another speaker standing by, so I have to wind up. Thank you so much, Madam, for your wonderful presentation, which is so relevant. I wish we can write in a form of paper and then distribute that to the participant. It will be definitely benefited from your presentation. Without much time, we have another resource person online, Professor C. Nongri. She will be presenting on the teacher education. Madam, are you? She's in the line. Okay. Professor Sinamri, can you unmute your mic and talk
Yes,
to us?
sir. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Your voice is not audible, madam.
Not audible? I'm not audible? Hello.
Unmute your mic and
Am I audible now?
now we can hear. We can hear. Without much wasting time, please show your PPT and then start presenting.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity. Let me start with congratulating the previous speakers who, who had presented the paper with much of experience. At the outset, let me thank the organizer for allowing me Am I audible? Is that echo from here or from there? Go ahead. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I would have loved to be coming physically, but due to unavoidable circumstances, I have to be, doing my presentation online. So I know the time is a constraint, and I also know that this topic that was given to me was already spoken the whole day with all of the teachers in the educational system. We all know the problems, the importance of teacher, and we all know the role of the teacher in the educational system. But with the changing role that they have in the system, we know the current challenges that the teachers are facing, and we need to mention particularly at the school level. So this is very, very prominent, that nobody will like to come to the teaching post. And with the changing time, a teacher's role has transformed from that of a knowledge provider to a facilitator and a mentor. And unfortunately, teachers are not equipped with appropriate skills set for this new role. We are very fortunate that the National Education Policy 2020 has recognized and identified teachers and faculty at the heart of the learning process. We all know when you look at the fundamental principles of it mentioned that the teachers and faculty as the heart of the learning process, the recruitment, continuous professional development, positive working environment, and service condition. And this was mentioned in the NEP 2020 in the principles of this policy. Now, in this context, the NEP 2020 also recommend groundbreaking policy changes in teacher education system to resolve many of the issues and the problems faced by the teachers at different stages of their career. And this refers to both at the pre-service and even at the in-service level. So the very important transition, the major transition indicated by the NEP 2020 for teacher education are as follows. One is, we all know that, as mentioned earlier, NEP 2020 made a recommendation to improve the teachers' work condition, career management, processes, professional development, strategy, and all of these to make the status restoring the integrity, the credibility of the teacher education system. Sorry. We all know the integrity and credibility of the teacher education system has unfortunately taken a great hit and witnessed a severe decline. But if teacher education is to improve and reach the level of integrity and credibility, it requires to restore prestige of the teaching profession. And this is what the NEP 2020 has already done. Next is moving teacher education into multidisciplinary colleges and universities. We all know the Government of India, Ministry of Education, has already issued a notification that all has to become the multidisciplinary university to ensure that teachers are given the highest training in context of pedagogy and practice, and by moving the teacher education system into multidisciplinary universities. And this is not restricted to the university only, also to the colleges. Establish the 4-year integrated bachelor degree as the minimum qualification for all school teachers. This is very important policy decision that has been taken, and the different these multidisciplinary institutions has to not only start 4-year integrated B.Ed, they will have to prepare the teacher B.Ed program, which includes the different types of teachers, from the generalist teachers to the special education teachers, and also vocational teachers for vocational education and physical education. As the whole day we have already, the resource person have already mentioned about the importance of teachers and in the pedagogy and in the system of education. So teachers are not only the general teachers, but you have that NEP has recommended. And the teacher education in these colleges and universities would also ensure that the teacher education still benefits from the interaction with other areas of higher education. This is very important. And there are different types of teacher education that has to be run by the colleges and universities when they become multidisciplinary, and they will also aim to house standing in education. This is very the prestige or the credibility that is being bestowed upon the teacher education program when it comes to having one article course from the multidisciplinary university or college. So the different types of programs, types of education programs that have been available are the 4-year integrated course, which will teach a range of knowledge, content, and technology, and will include a strong practical training in the form of student teaching at the local school. Secondly, the 2-year B.Ed program will also be offered by the same multidisciplinary institutions and will be offered only to have in other specialized subjects. And lastly, the one-year B.Ed program may be also adopted as a B.Ed program, which will be offered only to those who have passed the four-year integrated program, UG program, and those who have the master degree. So these are the different types of program. And importantly, the NEP 2020 have talked about the curriculum, the pedagogical approaches of teacher education, which we do not have. I won't talk much on this because this has been dwelt at length by all the teachers, by all the resource person during the day. So these are some of the policy decision regarding the preparation of teacher education program by linking school complex internship mentorship with the pre-service educational institutions, and also talking about improving the in-service teacher education, which needs to be looked by the multidisciplinary teacher education program. Regarding the teacher recruitment and deployment, this is also another policy decision that has been taken by the NEP 2020, where teachers who are being employed into the system, into the educational system, they have to qualify through TET. That is along with the actual interview with the demonstration class, and for those teachers who also have the knowledge of local language. So it provides teacher eligibility tests for all the teachers, and that will also be extended to cover teachers across all stages which are mentioned by the NEP 2020, foundational, preparatory, middle, secondary of school education. So teachers in private school also must have qualified TET and has to undergo the same process which the common teachers are. A robust merit-based structure of tenure, promotion, and salary structure is very important aspect of the teacher recruitment and deployment. It is in this context that the teacher are required to plan, to forecast their exercise, to do the self-appraisal activity, so that their promotion is based on their performance. Performance is very important for the teachers to get their promotion. So the NEP talks about creating performance standards for teachers and clearly spelled out the role of the teachers at the different stages and the competencies that are required for every stage. The introduction of the professional standards for teachers will clearly outline the roles and the responsibility of teachers, the competencies required, and also to monitor their own capability and development process. It is also important that this policy has also talked about the the reduction in time spent on non-academic tasks and increase in time spent on core academic and teaching responsibility. So the introduction of NEP will provide teachers with a clear process through which recruitment, tenure, and their progress are to be addressed by the policy. But one very important point that we need to emphasize here is also regarding the the teacher at the higher education level. The NEP emphasized about the quality and well incentivized faculty at the core of higher education transformation, which was rightly spoken by Dr. Kwenda Karbuli. And this policy addressed the faculty shortage, because we all know that the policy speaks about the increase of GER to 50%, and if this is to be materialized, the teachers, there will be shortage of teachers, and this has to be dealt in addition to addressing this shortage. It will also address the quality related improvement, which will is likely to impact faculty motivation levels and in turn improve the outcomes of their students. This is one part.
Excuse me.
Yes. Yes, I'm coming to the end. I'm coming to the end. I'm coming to the end. Another point that needs to be looked into is the better service condition, better service environment for faculty in terms of the access to infrastructure across basic requirements, as well as educational technology which are required in classroom, which we were discussed at length in the last session, which I will not go into the detail. I will go directly to the way forward that we look forward to the implementation of NEP 2020. As mentioned earlier by all the speakers, to implement the NEP 2020, all stakeholders, including the state government, which education is the concurrent list, has to need to collaborate and needs to take into action. Teacher needs analysis to be conducted in the state. This is very important. Teacher training program and calendar to be rolled out in alignment with national curriculum framework, and teacher professional standards are to be developed in the state, and also the state level structural reforms has to be in place to ensure the linkages across the four functions of policy making, education delivery, professional and academic responsibility and academic work. Building the state level efficient MA system is very important. So I conclude with the government of the center and the state must muster the political will and set up an autonomous independent agencies that has the power to dare and change the present system of education system. The new education policy is a forward-looking document for courses and quality teacher education programs. And for revolutionary change in our education system, it is mandatory to bring qualitative change in teacher education programs from early childhood care education up to higher education. Motivation and empowerment of teachers is a key for successful implementation and execution of the new education policy 2020. In conclusion, even though NEP 2020 looks very ambitious and idealistic, and we all know that there are many challenges, it does set some high standards for the stakeholders to achieve and work to get as close to the goals as possible. And we all know how the current situation is far from achieving these goals, given our past track record of achieving goals in education. But all we can do as educators are to take up this challenge and rise to the occasion. Thank you so much for giving me
Thank you so